I'm not quite ready to move on just yet. I'm just gonna idle here in the Alchemilla lobby for a bit while I sip on some tea. Got a couple of bites worth of cake. And so yeah. Hope everybody has been enjoying the stream and stuff. I really appreciate everybody coming by, hanging out, enjoying the game, enjoying the stream. Oh, Tutu, please. I just turned it on. Huh. Go over there. Come on, Tutu. Here. He's interested in my cake, and you don't want this. You don't want this. See? A little bit of pound cake. I don't want it. I will. However, how about some of these? How about some catnip treats, huh? There you go. There you go. But yeah, Harry was here earlier. This is his fluffier brother Tutu. And he's gone. Eat the treats and bounce. I see how it is. Well, he blessed us for a moment with his presence. He might come back later. But yeah. Thank you guys for coming by, hanging out, enjoying the stream so far. Been very educational. I've learned new things. Hopefully you have learned new things. So many details and little inspirations and things all throughout this game. It's so fun to just kind of go through, and don't realize how many there are until I'm actually cataloging and making notes and doing all that for all of it, you know? Oh, what do you want, Harry? You also just want my cake. But you guys... Hey, no, Harry. You can sit right over there. Go sit in your spot. You sit in your spot. That means you're awesome. Then everybody can look at you. Harry Mousin. Good boy. Why, dude? You were in the perfect spot. He's like, no, I want to sit over here where your mouse and keyboard and everything important is so that I can get away. Come on. Don't eat cake, trust me. Go my tat? Yep. One sec. It's nothing super fancy. I've met so many people who have the same or similar tattoo. So I got my Triforce. Because there's been a lot of video games throughout my life that have impacted my life in a serious way. Silent Hill, Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy, Dance Dance Revolution. There's been a lot of games that have had major impacts in my life and the people who I am like friends with now, and all of it goes back to the original Legend of Zelda. It was the first. It wasn't the first video game that I ever played in my life, but it was the first one that like we owned and that I had on my own system, like on the original NES, the very first Zelda. Because I've got a sister who's a little bit older, so I played like stuff on the Atari 2600, and it was like the Empire Strikes Back on Atari 2600 and stuff. But those kind of games didn't really like stick with me. It was just kind of here's a thing to play, you know, like as a kid. But the first Legend of Zelda, when I had my own console and time to play it and everything, it was the first game that I really sunk myself into. I mean, I was so little, I was basically learning to read while I played the game. Like I was still learning to read the text on the screen. You know, there wasn't a whole lot at that time with like the original Zelda, but it was enough to where you're like reading the shop and reading what the characters are saying. I would draw my own maps. So every screen I had graph paper, stuff like that for drawing and for like Dungeons and Dragons. So I would take each sheet of paper and draw all of the segments of the original Legend of Zelda as I would explore the map and find things. So that was like one of the first video games that I really played, you know. It's the video game that I consider that like got me into playing games all the time, like regularly as a hobby, you know. So that was the tattoo. You know, I don't have a whole lot of tattoos. I literally just have two. I've got the Triforce here to kind of signify where all that started, that original Legend of Zelda kind of making me a gamer. And then the other tattoo that I've got is on the back of my On the nape of my neck, just below my or above my shoulder, on the left side, is just a small star. My Joestar birthmark. I'm a huge fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I originally started, I got introduced to it through the fighting game on Dreamcast. Would have been like 2000, 2001. That was my introduction to it. And then I found, the manga, and I had friends that imported the manga and stuff for me, and started reading it, and found eventually the first animated OVA. It's crazy to me how big JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is now, because back in those days, like, nobody knew what the fuck JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was. There was that handful of people like me who kind of knew the fighting game. But I mean, this predates the memes and stuff, like and all of that kind of made it start getting more popular through internet memes. And but yeah, I've been a huge fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and have been pretty much for like almost 20 years now, almost as long as Silent Hill, and it's through that I've met a lot of people who are still very good friends in my real life. So it's one of my favorite manga, anime, etc. of like all time. So those are my two things. Those are my two tattoos. My Joestar and my Triforce. Who's your favorite Joe, bro? It's tough, It sounds kind of boring, and I know a lot of people will disagree immediately, but I've always loved Jotaro. Jotaro has been one of my favorites ever since the very beginning. He was like the first character that I really enjoyed, of course, Dio. I've always been kind of more of a fan of the villains. But then Josuke is also really great. Higashikata Josuke. Not necessarily Jojo Leon Josuke, but Part 4 Josuke. But Jotaro is he's still up there. He's a whale biologist, man. He calls them like he sees them. By the way, I cannot wait for Part 6 with the new animation. Now that Part 5 is done, it's like, all right, how long we gotta wait before Part 6? I can't wait. I know. It's gonna be a while. They're gonna do it, but it's gonna take some time. That's gonna be a painful wait. And then we get Steel Ball Run. I'm excited. I said, nothing pleases me more than to see JoJo's Bizarre Adventure blow up in popularity the way that it has. Because it used to be such a niche kind of weird, lesser known thing, and now it's like one of the most popular anime around. So that's awesome to me. Do you have a favorite Silent Hill? Silent Hill 2. And you can type exclamation point faves in chat if you want to see how I rank all the games in the series. Oh yeah, it's an excellent. The new anime has been excellent, Andy. It's really good, very fairly faithful representation of the manga. You know, obviously some things are a little different, a little changed, but that's to be expected. Not all of it's going to translate to animation and stuff too well, so. But I've been really happy with it. Been really, really good. Now all we need is Arxis to make like a competitive 2D JoJo's fighting game. I can die happy. Was awesome to see the dance part animated. Oh yeah, for part 5. Again, for anybody who's just now joining us, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. This is my first break in 10 hours. So I'm just kind of chilling, hanging out with my cat, Mr. Meowson, sipping on a nice hot cup of tea. Taking a few moments before we get back into it. Again, want to welcome and thank everybody for coming by, hanging out. The amount of support and love today has been absolutely incredible. So thanks, you guys. I'm glad everyone's been enjoying the stream. It's definitely been a while since I've done a super long stream, super in-depth type of stream. And as said, today it was such a different thing. I'm always nervous. I'm always super anxious whenever I'm going to stream in something kind of different. And I was like, man, if I spend all this time looking up references and just kind of going over this stuff instead of just playing the game and talking about it like I usually do, people are going to be like, oh, it's so boring, you know? But everybody's been super receptive. Everyone's been really enjoying this, so it's something that I'll try to do some more of. As I said, I'll eventually cover all the games in the series with this same kind of format. Slowly going through them, looking at everything, pulling up the references, making notes. One of the best ways to really break down and understand how much there is to these games. So, yeah, as I said, it's been a lot of fun so far, and I really appreciate everybody hanging out and supporting the stream and enjoying it. Just can't shut up about Harry's chonkiness. Harry, are you sensitive about your chonk? I think he's okay with it. He's comfortable in his skin. Oh yeah, he's a unit. That's mostly my fault. I live in a tiny little apartment. I don't have hard to keep him active and like exercising. And he eats a lot of his brother's food. It's okay, right? Right, Harry. He's a good boy. Ever owned a male cat? Are they any different from lady cats? I mean, I've had both male and female cats throughout my life. So, I mean, so long as they're spayed and neutered, not really, not really, not super different. Because I've had male cats that are much more aggressive and active, uh, but then I've also had female cats like that, and I've had male cats and female cats that are super chill, that just want to sit in your lap, and so I think there's more to say about like the breed of cat that affects it more so than the gender. Might be wrong about this, but aren't the nurses in this game look like the one nurse in Jacob's Ladder? Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. So this is the game with the what are referred to as puppet nurses and puppet doctors, where it looks like kind of a normal human nurse and a normal human doctor, but they have this parasitic growth on their back. And there's the scene in Jacob's Ladder. There's a nurse. She like leans, and her hat falls off, and there's like a parasitic growth thing on her head. Uh, yeah, that was an inspiration. That bit from Jacob's Ladder, a bit of an inspiration for the way that they appear. All right, got some tea, water. Wonder if puppet nurses and doctors were real people taken over by manifested parasites. What do you think? No. They are not real people that are just infected with a parasite. They are just like every other creature that is created by the town. They are completely manifested from the mind of someone. In the case of Silent Hill 1, everything is manifested from the mind of Alessa. So that is the nurses, the doctors, the parasites in them, Lisa Garland, uh, like all of that is coming from Alessa's mind. So the puppets themselves, the fact, or the puppet nurses themselves, the fact that they have the parasite is meant to be more symbolic, probably showing that they are infected and puppeted by somebody who's in control, aka Michael Kaufman. But they themselves are not normal people who are just infected with a parasite. They're still manifested creatures, just like anything else. Speaking of Michael Kaufman,
Hold it. Stop. Don't shoot. Wait. I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God. Another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
So there we go. We had already a lot of discussion, people commenting on it earlier. You know, it's one of those long-running things ever since the movie came out. It's ash falling from the sky. It's ash falling from the sky. And then somebody earlier in chat was like, hey, maybe it's White Claudia, you know, being stirred around in the wind. It is snow. It is out-of-season snow. Michael Kaufman says it right there. It's snowing out this time of year. Again, I'm going to shamelessly plug myself and my shop. I've got a store on Design by Humans. Got some original artwork done by my amazing emote and channel artist, Trina Wolfie, including t-shirts and mugs and things like that with the this time of year infamous Kaufman line with a great snowy Seal of Metatron background to it. It's all done up in the in-game Silent Hill 1 font. So, trying to put money together. I'm trying to afford health insurance for the first time in like 6 years so that I can stop having so many health issues and stream some more. So, seriously, I know it sounds shameless, sellout, plug, whatever, but this is how I support myself. This is how I get by. It's thanks to the generosity of you guys, so all of that help, any purchases from the store, subscriptions, bits, all that good stuff, literally helps me stay alive. It keeps me going. So, thank you guys so much. Yeah, we got our out-of-season snow comment. Yeah, Katrina, that's my boy. That's Harry Meowson. There's some Harry Meowson merch on the store as well. Oh my God, America, heal your people? Yeah, I mean, they will as long as you have enough money. I just haven't had enough money. And going to the hospital without insurance is just not a good idea. But anyway, Alcamilla, the hospital itself. All right, so it's time to bring up something we were talking about earlier. There's a newspaper. This article's been clipped out. So this article that's being referenced, that's been clipped out, is glitched and missing in the North American release of this game. Even in the digital versions and stuff like that, in the NTSC versions, release versions of Silent Hill 1, this article is bugged. It is literally glitched and does not show up when it's supposed to, despite being in the game files. In the PAL version and the Japanese version of Silent Hill 1, where the game had come out in North America first, and then there was feedback about bugs. Team Silent went and fixed some of those bugs before releasing the PAL version and the Japanese versions, including this bugged article. So the article shows up just the way it's supposed to if you're playing the PAL version or the Japanese version. I am not. So it's an important article. Let me bring it up. Hello, when you started game. Hey, Johnny boy, about 10 hours ago. So you've only missed the first half of the game. Come on, where is my article? Hey, there it is. So, yes, Clarden. So normally the article itself is not here. You don't see it until nowhere at the end of the game. It's the same article, Andy. This is the newspaper that you have to read that alludes to that article. This is the paper that it's been clipped out of. And then at the end of the game in nowhere is where you would find, normally you would find the actual article itself. But since we've already talked about it earlier, and this is a good point to bring it up, this is the paper that article was clipped from. So if it was not bugged in the North American version, once we got to nowhere, we would be able to read this. So I will read that note for you. Here's the article that's been clipped out. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. First, the anti-drug mayor. Now, a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure of unknown cause. So we'll read these articles that this line is referencing a little bit later, where it mentions the death of the mayor, and we already read the article in the police station about the narcotics officer, Officer Gucci, who died of heart failure. Harry then says, "Are there others? It's pretty old." And then there's a continuation of the article. Fire broke out in town. 6 homes destroyed. Charred body of Alessa Gillespie 7 found in aftermath. Cause of fire currently under investigation. Investigation shows source as basement of Gillespie home. Blaze now believed caused by malfunction of antiquated boiler. And then Harry comments after reading this, the date of the blaze, it's the same day we found Cheryl. So earlier we were reading the article titled Manifestations of Delusions, which was an excerpt from a book that we found in Midwich. So that's what sets up the idea that Alessa's psychic abilities are triggered by moments of intense stress, and once her abilities happen, it's out of her control, but it has a physical effect on reality around her. So basically, Dahlia took Alessa to perform the impregnation ritual in the basement of her own home, of the Gillespie home, which we see at the end of the game in sort of a real-time flashback thing. During this impregnation ritual, Alessa's stress was heightened, obviously, which triggered a reaction from her latent psychic abilities, causing the boiler in the basement of the Gillespie home to explode, resulting in a horrendous fire. Again, this may have subconsciously been something from Alessa basically hoping to die in the flames in order to prevent the ritual from being performed. She doesn't want to birth a god. She doesn't want to be impregnated. And that stress level went off. Her psychic abilities acted. The boiler exploded. It caused the fire, burned down the Gillespie home, severely burned Alessa. And even though it did not kill her, it did give her time to split her soul. So at the very least, while she was still being held by Dahlia and by Kaufman, who were trying to finish this ritual, they wouldn't be able to complete it as long as her soul was separated. So her soul separated, Cheryl was created from that soul splitting, which is why you get Harry Mason's comment at the end of that note saying the date of the blaze is the same day we found Cheryl. So a lot of backstory there regarding the burning of the Gillespie home and Alessa herself, the initial impregnation ritual, and where it was taking place. All this information that is unfortunately just bugged that very important article, missing from only this version of the game, only the North American release. Also, T-Chen and Spooky Trevor, thank you so much for the hosts. Very much appreciate it. And take it easy, Andy. Thank you for coming by, hanging out. Take it easy. Have a good one. Special. An unusual. Phone's out, can't get a dial tone. So we still have some stuff to kind of look at. A lot of stuff to discuss, some references and things to pull up. But we've gotten through the majority of it, because a lot of it is just the stuff that's spread around town. That's what most of the last 10 hours has been, is all the references that are spread around town. And just kind of meticulously going through all of that. Once we get into some of the more like straightforward stuff like Alchemilla, that stuff kind of slows down, so we'll be able to progress through the game at a little bit more reasonable pace, at least for now. There's still going to be a lot of stuff though that comes up. Again, I'm going to be going for the good plus ending, the best possible ending. So we're going to need a sample of Aglaophotis, which we get right here. A little bit of context for this room. The shelves are all messed up. Who did this? It was Dahlia. Dahlia trashed this room. And if you look at this room on the map, this is the director's office. This is that guy's office, Michael Kaufman. That guy who shot at us and was fucking a pterodactyl. So, this is the whole reason that Dahlia trashed it. Because he has this red substance in a glass vial hidden in his office. It's not just broken, it looks smashed on purpose. So this is Aglaophotis. A very particular substance. And we'll get a little bit more information on it later. But let me go ahead and pull some stuff up now. Aglaophotis. So again, this is something that is used very predominantly throughout the game, but is also based on something in real life. So this is from the Wikipedia, overall, not the Silent Hill wiki, the real Wikipedia on Aglaophotis. Aglaophotis is an herb mentioned occasionally in works on occultism. References to Aglaophotis and to Olierbos, both of which are said to be magical herbs, are made in the Simon Necronomicon. Historic uses. The Greek doctor Dioscorides named Aglaophotis as a member of the peony family. It has been speculated that the species Peony officinalis, or the European peony, is the source of Aglaophotis, but there's little evidence for this theory to be proved. According to Dioscorides, peony is used for warding off demons, witchcraft, and fever. And that is exactly what it is used for in Silent Hill as well. It is used to ward off demons. It's actually for exorcising demons out of people, which we will see it used on Alessa herself at the end of this game in order to force the god out of her. Let me save these notes. Aglaophotis notes. There we go. And we will take some of that for ourselves. The remaining liquid is emptied into the plastic bottle. Now, what have we here? So, again, going back to the context of Dahlia Gillespie trashing this room. So, Dahlia knows about Aglaophotis. She knows that it is a substance that can ward off demons, And in the case of her god, she knows that it could be used to essentially ruin her plan of birthing God through Alessa. So, Kaufman, very smartly, very intelligently, has enough Aglaophotis to split it between two different vials. He leaves one vial here in his office where he knows Dahlia will look for it, which she did. Came through, she opened up all these shelves, left books everywhere, trashed his office, found his vial of Aglaophotis, and destroyed it. Kaufman planted it there intentionally for her to find it and destroy it, so that Dahlia would think that Kaufman no longer has a way to stop her ritual from, her god from being born. And Kaufman would be able to keep his other vial of Aglaophotis kept secret away from Dahlia. She would think she destroyed all that he had. So that way he would have his own sort of ace up his sleeve. And that's very lucky for us. And all that information, it's all in the game. It's all in the final cutscene. The dialogue between Kaufman and Dahlia. Kaufman pulls out some Aglaophotis. Dahlia's like, I thought I got rid of that, referring to this bottle that was smashed in Kaufman's office. And Kaufman's like, you're easy. Like, knew that he could fool her that way. And it worked. In-house generators power elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Do it. Need that elevator. Some more really good sound effects. I love the sounds similar to when you power up the boiler in Midwich, and it makes that monster growl. I love these sort of animalistic machine noises. All right. So we came in on the first floor. We went downstairs to the basement, finished checking all of that. So only floor 2 and floor 3 to check. Okay, that's it for floor 2. Floor 3. And that's it for that. And of course, now, the mysterious 4th floor. So, here is an example of thinking too hard about Silent Hill, and looking for symbolism where there isn't actually any, even if it makes sense. So for a very long time, many fans, myself included, looked at the appearance of this 4th floor as being a little bit more significant when you take into account Japanese superstition. In Japan, the number 4 is considered unlucky. The pronunciation for the number 4 in Japanese can be pronounced as shi, which is also the root for the word death. So because of that connotation between the number 4 and death, 4 is often seen as an unlucky number in a lot of Japanese culture and a lot of Japanese superstition. So I figured there might be something to that. Like that's why it's specifically the 4th floor that appears and exists that way. Because that would be something a little bit creepier to somebody familiar, Japanese audience familiar with Japanese superstition. It would be similar to like a 13th floor, or like a Western equivalent, you know, where 13 is usually viewed as like an unlucky number. I actually asked Masahiro Ito about this personally on Twitter, because he was talking about Alchemilla designing aspects of the hospital, the Otherworld, and he mentioned the transition and the appearance of the 4th floor. So I asked him, you know, if there was any sort of relation to that, like, was that intentional? And he said no. He said he didn't understand, like, when I was asking him about it. He was like, nope, that wasn't something that we intended. So it's one of those things where in context, it seems like it makes a lot of sense. A lot of fans talked about it for a long time. It's still mentioned on some Silent Hill wikis and like fan pages and info pages and stuff out there. But it's one of those things. And there's a lot of stuff like that in the Silent Hill series. There's stuff that is put there that people try to find symbolism in, and they think they have accurate, you know, ideas about what something means or represents or why it's there. And sometimes the answer is much more simple, and it's just coincidence. It was just put there. There's a lot of videos from a lot of YouTubers that I see that do videos and series on Silent Hill symbolism and mythology and things like that. I mean, they go through the Silent Hill games, very similar to this, where they talk about a lot of the symbolisms and stuff, but without naming names. A lot of those channels in particular overthink, over-theorize, and present as fact. And that's a big reason why I'm doing this playthrough and all of this note gathering, and more importantly, finding citations and sources for all of the information and references and things that are in the game that can be confirmed, rather than dwelling too much on things that are just speculation or theory. Because if it's not confirmed by anything in the game, it's not confirmed by anything from the developers, there's a good chance that it's something you're just thinking too hard about. And there's a lot of good examples. If you watch, there's a great interview on YouTube. What channel is that? Is that The Great Debate? Let me make sure, because I want to credit the correct person. Yes. So here I will link in chat. I would go through here and just play all of this, because it's like an hour long, but it's so much good information from Jeremy. Jeremy Blaustein, by the way, is the translator, localizer for the Silent Hill games from Silent Hill 2 onward, pretty much. So they did a really great interview with Jeremy on a channel here called The Great Debate on YouTube. Highly, highly recommend it. I'm not going to sit and play it because I want people to go and watch it. I go support the channel because they've got some great interviews with Jeremy and Guy Seehee and Tom Hewlett, and it really clears up a lot of information, misinformation. Specifically, I love the Jeremy Blaustein interview because there's this other, again, I won't name names, but there's another YouTube channel that does a lot of in-depth Silent Hill videos, and they do character-specific ones. So they'll be like, here's a video that's just about Laura. And they have this whole video about Laura, and they start off and they're like, the name Laura comes from this, and here's the history of the name, and it has these Celtic or origins or whatever, and it means beauty and strength and blah, blah, blah. They break down all of these little elements of the names of the characters and things like that, and how those things are supposed to be symbolic of the characters themselves. And then you watch that interview with Jeremy Blaustein where he's like, yeah, I just named them. It's just names. I named it off of people I know in real life. I named them off of places that I grew up around. Like, he lived near a town called Braintree, which is where Richard Braintree's name comes from. He lived near a town called Sunderland, which is where Sunderland and James Sunderland comes from. So those videos where they're breaking down all of these, minutia, the origin of the names, and here's what this means, they're thinking way too hard about it. They're just names that the localizer came up with, And that's the distinction that I want to make when it comes to a lot of the content and stuff that I put out there. I don't want to focus on the over theorizing and the stuff like that, because most of the time it's wrong. You're thinking too hard about it, and you're wasting your time thinking about that kind of stuff, when ultimately at the end of the day it's a video game, and sometimes some people just made some shit up. It doesn't always have to be every little element, every little syllable in a name has symbolism to it. Sometimes it's there, but a lot of times way too overthought, way too over theorized, and it just winds up spreading more and more misinformation regarding the series. So highly, highly recommend watching the Jeremy Blaustein interview there with the Great Debate, because it puts a lot of those kind of things into perspective. As beautiful as these games are, they're works of art. They're extremely detailed. They were made by a very dedicated team. They're not perfect, and not everything is there intentionally, Some stuff is just, they needed a name, so they came up with a name. They didn't think that hard about it. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what could the bugs possibly represent? So it's like, there's references to the bugs. You have the note, Lisa's diary, about the bugs keep getting in to spite her and that kind of thing. So the bugs do have a relevance to Alessa, but that's pretty much where it stops, Bugs are creepy, and Alessa and Lisa didn't like them, Here we go. We got some more good stuff. Plate of the Turtle. So we got going back to a topic we were talking about earlier with Alessa, everything that the town is able to manifest and create and shape reality is all based on what it can draw from Alessa's mind. So we had the initial key puzzle, the keys to the eclipse at the very beginning of the game, where it was represented by characters from Wizard of Oz. We had the split lizard, which was a fairy tale that Harry knew and most likely told Cheryl, which is why when Cheryl reunited with Alessa, Alessa would have, memories of that. So all these sort of fairy tales and storybooks and things that Alessa knows, the town draws from that, and it's where we get some of these puzzle items and things that we're picking up. So we've got the plate of the turtle, a blue plate with a picture of a mock turtle. So now we're looking at Alice in Wonderland references. Or more specifically, I guess, Through the Looking Glass, but same difference. Gonna do this for Silent Hill 2. I'm gonna do this for the whole series, Bustin'. But I do not have a schedule or any idea, like, how often I'm gonna do these. But yeah, the plan is to do this exact same thing for every game in the series, every single one. Including Shattered Memories, Origins, all the Western games, everything. Oh, by the way, look at that save point. Look where we are. It's room 302. Again, it's so funny thinking about these kind of things where it's like, now that that this whole series exists, when we're looking back on it, we're like, oh, that's cool. Room 302, just like Silent Hill 4. But then you read those interviews with the developers where they're like, they had no idea, like, nobody knew Silent Hill was going to take off. Nobody knew that it was going to be a good game. They didn't know if it was going to sell, so they did not have any plans for sequels. They did not think anywhere near that far ahead. So it's interesting to see that as time went forward, when they start working on the later games, Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4, that they would look back at little things here and there on the older games and sort of retcon it, make it work for other things, other significance. They are totally usable. Compiling the notes into a slideshow similar to how Oravine does it? I don't know yet. I'm not good at preparing things and presenting them in a pretty way. That's why I don't do YouTube. I don't edit videos and put things together with, like, properly recorded dialogue, and I write out a script of what I'm gonna say. I suck at that. What I'm good at is sitting down on a couch and playing a game with a friend and talking about the game with that friend. So that's pretty much how I format my story playthroughs and stuff like this. So once I'm done compiling all these notes, I'll probably drop them on, like, Google Docs for people who just want quick references and things like that. But probably not going to do slideshow, probably not going to do produced videos or anything like that, because I'm lazy and I'm not good at it. So I would much rather just do the streams and talk about it as much as I can, cover as much as I can, and That's kind of the extent of it. Steel plate screwed to the wall. In-depth Silent Hill pachinko playthrough. I love it. I love it when people think that it's going to be a funny, witty comment. Yes. An Eternal Enigma owns the Silent Hill Pachi slot. I've played it. At some point, I will probably visit him again and do a proper, in-depth playthrough of the Pachi slot. Show as much footage of the game as we can. Talk about the construction of the machine itself, because there's a lot of detail on it. Translate all of the information on it, because there are character profile pages and all sorts of information that's only on the Silent Hill Pachi slot. So we can translate all of that and cover it, because there's information on stuff like you never learn the age of the characters in Silent Hill 2. There's never anything in Silent Hill 2 that tells you how old James is or how old Mary is. Do you know where that information is? It's on the fucking Pachi slot. So, yes, eventually we will do a proper in-depth breakdown of all of the Pachi slot stuff. Because it's not just a gambling game. Like, there's information in it. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. There is a lot of care put into that gambling game. There's more care put into that gambling game than any of the Western games. Do your Enigma speaker read Japanese? I speak and read a bit of Japanese. I'm not fluent, not even close. But most of the writing and a lot of it is hiragana and katakana, which is easy enough for me to read. And then contextually, I can usually figure out the kanji, which is how I've already translated some of the menus and stuff in the Pachi slot game. But we've also got friends who are fluent in Japanese that can help us when it comes to translating that stuff, making sure that it's all accurate. That's correct. Tasmanian Devil. There are totally new cutscenes and music and enemies and all sorts of stuff that was made just for the Pachi slot. They had to reuse. They reused some footage, a few scenes and stuff from the original Silent Hill 2, but they don't use any of the original stuff of James. They had to make a completely different James model that didn't look like Guy Seehee for reasons. Pachi is short for pachinko, and the gambling game is legally referred to as a Pachi slot because it has to skirt Japanese gambling laws. But when you play the Silent Hill Pachi slot, there is no Pachi, there is no pachinko element to it. You put in tokens, you pull a lever, reels spin, and that's it. You know, it is a slot machine. There's nothing else to it. It's just a straight up slot machine. Session 9 in influence. More so on Silent Hill 3 than this game. So here we go, another puzzle piece. We have the plate of the cat. So this one is the Cheshire Cat. So we've got the mock turtle, the Cheshire Cat. So again, more of these characters relating to Through the Looking Glass. One of those stories that Alessa enjoyed. Room 307. Unlock this. Cool. Down to the second floor. Oh, look at him. Hold on. A good boy. Sleepy thick. All right. Clear the second floor. Before I use that, let's take a look at this. Like how you can get closer to it and it starts freaking out. And I always have to wonder if they used this for a bit of inspiration for like the tentacle monster in the sewers in Silent Hill 3. Because we also see a similar looking tentacle in the fridge in Nowhere at the end of this game. So, might just be one of those things that's coincidence, might be a direct kind of reference to the same thing. Sorry. My cat's too cute. All right. And, gotta give him some blood. We get our plate of the Hatter. So our character list for Through the Looking Glass characters continues. The Mad Hatter, Cheshire Cat, Mock Turtle, got a puzzle here, but we need one more tablet. We'll come back to this. Yeah, Silent Hill 3 parallels, like, it does a lot of things to parallel Silent Hill 1. And that's very intentional. They copy a lot of stuff over so that there's a lot of comparison and a lot of parallels between the two games. That's locked. That's as much as we can do on the second floor for now. Clear the first floor. Puppet Doctor. So this is kind of interesting. If you visit this area, which is the room where Lisa is, if you visit here before you get the key and examine the door, it's locked. And you can kind of hear like a shuffling noise for a second. Someone's on the other side. A sound is heard from beyond the door. There's so many situations like I gotta go and like talk about this because when we were in Midwich, I spent all that time talking about the locker and how good of a jump scare that was. How they have all these layers to setting it up, where it's like you go in the locker room the first time and you hear the banging and you're tense and you don't want to open it, and then you open it and it's just a cat. And you go to the Otherworld, you go to the locker room again, the same banging is there, you open it, this time there's nothing in it, and it sort of does like a fake out, but then when you walk away from it, it has the loud noise and the body drop, so that by the time you've given up on the jump scare, then it hits you with it. They stopped putting that much effort into it for a lot of these rooms, where it's just like, you walk in the room, a loud noise plays. Like, that's the extent of the scare. Like, come on. I realize they can't all be multi-layered, you know, scary setup experiences, but some of these they just turn into kind of your typical, like, cheap jump scare, like it's a loud noise. A loud noise in a room with nothing. Otherworld director's office. It's kind of funny, the contrast when you're here normally the first time. The room is trashed because of Dahlia. She went through and threw everything out of the shelves and smashed the bottle of Aglaophotis. Now that it's in the Otherworld, like, the shelves are in order. It's one of the few rooms that's actually, like, cleaner in a way. Like, yeah, it's rusty and bloody, but, like, everything's put away. It's not as trashed as it is normally. The Otherworld did a good job cleaning up. For once. We get our Plate of the Queen. And another jump scare noise. I noticed these troll rooms in a lot of Japanese games. Is this an inside joke in the Japanese gaming industry? Not really. It's just kind of a horror trope in general. A lot of games make use of the same thing, Japanese and otherwise. Where it's just, here's a room, here's a place you don't actually need to be, and there's something scary there. A loud noise or, you know, whatever. Okay, so I've got the fourth piece of that puzzle, the Plate of the Queen, Queen of Hearts. That's our final piece for the door puzzle. We can go back to the second floor. Do the Through the Looking Glass themed puzzle. One of the easier puzzles to actually do in this game. Like, the piano puzzle requires some thought in Midwich. Like, you really got to piece it together. This one I always felt was, like, very, very blatant. It's a list of things in a poem. And all you have to do is know the color of the thing. So, clouds flowing over a hill. Clouds are white. Sky on a sunny day. Sky is blue. Tangerines that are bitter. Tangerines are orange. Lucky four-leaf clover. Four-leaf clovers are green. Violets in the garden. Violets are violet. Dandelions along a path. Yellow. Unavoidable sleeping time. It's nighttime. Black. Liquid flowing from a slashed wrist is red. For blood. And then you have this, where it's just arranging them in the correct order. So it gives you the position of 4 of them. Clouds flowing over a hill. So you've got white at top. Tangerines that are bitter is over there on the right. Violets are down at the bottom. Unavoidable sleeping time is on the left. So you're just filling in the colors in between the ones that it gives you. So, super simple, super straightforward. Yeah, exactly. The piano puzzle's like one of the first puzzles, and it's one of the hardest in the whole game. But that must be a Team Silent thing, because they seem to do that a lot when you think about it. Because the coin puzzle in Silent Hill 2 is one of the more difficult ones, and that's one of the first puzzles in the game. In Silent Hill 3, Your first puzzle's Shakespeare. And then they made Silent Hill 4 and they forgot what puzzles were. Yeah, that's exactly it, Clarden. Like, that's the extent of the puzzles and stuff in Silent Hill 4 is like, where's the chocolate milk? It's more practical things, you know? Oh, I'm stuck in an infinite loop if I'm holding this key. I guess I'll go back to my room and put the key in a box and then come back, you know? That's Silent Hill 4 puzzles. It's very rarely like, here's a bunch of things and you've got to read a note and then figure out what to do with the things. They don't do that very much. Pretty much just like the tablets. When you have like the tablets for opening up the second hole in the laundry room. And even that one, the note like spells it out for you, so you don't have to think about it too hard. But yeah, a lot of it is just finding the thing is the extent of the puzzle. No like critical thinking required. Silent Hill 4, the Fetch Quest. Fetch Quest escort mission. Don't get me wrong, I sound like I'm shitting on Silent Hill 4 a lot right now. 4 definitely is like lacking in a lot of ways that could have been much better, but 4 also is still really damn good. Like, Walter Sullivan is my favorite antagonist in the series. Because you get to learn so much about him. You get to know so much about Walter and why he is the way he is and what he's trying to do, what everybody means to him, and why his victims are who they are. Like, there's so much to Walter. That's like my absolute favorite thing about Silent Hill 4. He's such a good antagonist. Oh yeah, Yoshio, the building world puzzle. But even that is, again, it's just, you're just collecting stuff. You're just collecting stuff, put it in the place. And again, it's not exactly critical thinking. Like, gee, I wonder where the volleyball goes. There's a sports store with a basket of volleyballs. I better look up a walkthrough. Ma'am? Ma'am? Health drink. Body's laid out on the bed. Don't feel like checking this out now. This room, when I very first played this game, well, not when I very first played it, but like when I played this game to this point the first time, these rooms freaked me out so hard. Because up until this point, like, we've been seeing the bodies on gurneys, like, every once in a while, like, oh, there's one in the alleyway, and it's like, what's this doing here? The very beginning, but they're very scarce. They don't put a whole lot of them together. And when they show this kind of setup, where you've got, you know, they're lined up on either side, and there's like an item in the back of the room. Like in this case, it's the healing items, and then later there's another room like this with the star item that you get for nowhere, the door to nowhere. So I always had this feeling of like they want you to walk past them and pick a thing up, and then they're gonna get up and like be monsters. It's gonna be nurses under there, or it's gonna be, you know, some kind of new monster. So these sections with like these laid out corpses really messed with me when I was younger, just because of that expectation. Silent Hill 1 deserves just as much praise as Silent Hill 2. There's a few things I think it actually did better. I think there are some things that Silent Hill 1 did better than Silent Hill 2, but I still feel like Silent Hill 2 is a better finished standalone product. I think it's a much better self-contained story. I like that it's more character driven. And that the town and the power and the supernatural aspect to it is kind of secondary to the character drama. So I mean, there's definitely things that 1 I think did better than 2, but 2 is still to me the overall better package. If you count Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 together, if you could take those 2 games and mash them together into one game, since 3 is basically the rest of the story of 1, it holds up a lot better. Like, having those 2 games together is really the way you're supposed to kind of experience the story, I feel. But again, for just a standalone, separate story, yeah, Silent Hill 2 fucking nails it. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Cheery Psycho. Silent Hill 1 is about Silent Hill, and it's about Alessa. It's about kind of the town itself, and Alessa. So everything else is kind of secondary to that. But Silent Hill 2 has that focus of the characters and what they're dealing with. It's much more personal. And because of that, it winds up resonating with me on a more personal level. But then again, that is a thing that is totally subjective, you know? Not everybody resonates with things the same way. A lot of that's based on life experience. So I have a lot more things in my life, as far as my life experience goes, that relate to Silent Hill 2. With James and his sense of loss, and the dealing with like terminal illness and these kind of things. It's stuff that I'm a lot more familiar with in my own life, so those things resonate more with me. Rachel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Sign Zero. Very much appreciated. But that's just how Silent Hill 2 affects me, you know, on that kind of personal level. I'm able to relate more to the characters the way that they are. But for somebody who is a father with a young daughter, like, I don't have kids. So to somebody who could more put themselves into Harry's position, the idea of having this daughter that you've loved and raised for 7 years, and then is suddenly gone. And you're in a town that's unfamiliar to you, trying to find her. I've never experienced that. I've never had a child. I don't know what it feels like to lose your child for any amount of time. So for somebody who can relate more to that, Silent Hill 1 is probably going to resonate and hit a lot harder and be a lot more impactful to somebody with that kind of experience in their life. Something can't be opened. Another wheelchair down here. Allusions to Alessa being kept down here. Videotape. We're gonna go watch that. I bet it's some recorded from the TV episodes of Night Court. We'll go back to the VCR. Go watch this Night Court tape. Berg here. Berg here? Berg her? I'm sorry. I pronounced it wrong at least once. Maybe every time. Thank you so much for the brand new sub. Very much appreciate the support.
What's this?
Burger? Perfect. I could say burger.
Looks like someone's been here.
Alessa. Oh. Reference time. Let me pull that up, because that's something that I didn't really, bring up earlier. The appearance of Alessa. Her clothes, her hair. Your face, your voice. Just your hair and clothes are different. It's based on a character from a movie. Let me pull that up. Legend of Hell House. So there is a character in the film The Legend of Hell House who is a psychic, a medium, named Florence Tanner, who was very much the inspiration for Alessa. Florence Tanner house. Trying to find a good shot here. That's a good one. Tanner. Save that. Pull this up. Bow. So from the film Legend of Hell House, psychic medium named Florence Tanner. Slight resemblance? Maybe, if you squint. Yeah, it's exactly the fucking same. So, direct reference there. There we go. Make my note. Save that. Alessa? Got our examination room key, so we can go check out the exam room. Go talk to Lisa. But first, we got a night court tape to go watch. A bed. What's it doing here? Who would? Trails off. Wait, who is that on the left? Florence Tanner from the film Legend of Hell House. I mean, that's true, Serial. There is definitely still that psychological element, but it's different when it's approached in the way that Silent Hill 1 goes about it compared to how Silent Hill 2 goes about it. With Silent Hill 2, because it's so reflective of the characters themselves, I feel like there's kind of a metagame when you're going through Silent Hill 2 of like looking at how things appear to your character, to James, or to the other characters in context, and then piecing together like the symbolism of it, because things could be coming from anybody's mind. You know, it's not necessarily just James. You're trying to figure out, oh, is this something relevant to Angela? Is something relevant to Eddie or to Mary? And you start trying to sort of piece those things together, and it's more of a driving force of the game as you go through it, whereas Silent Hill 1, it's just Alessa, you know? Harry doesn't matter, Kaufman doesn't matter, Dahlia doesn't matter, nobody else matters. Everything is just the, how is this relevant to Alessa? So that psychological aspect isn't taken quite so what's the word I'm looking for? It's just not as prominent throughout the majority of the game. Like, you definitely are piecing things together and how it's relevant to Alessa, but you're not trying to look at every little thing and be like, oh, does this mean something about Harry? Oh, does this mean something about Dahlia? You know, it's just Alessa. And because it's more focused, you know, there's less of a general psychological atmosphere to it. comparatively. It's still a very psychological, horror-based game. But Silent Hill 2 definitely takes it way further. I think you can argue that one had more of a meta about how much backstory in general there is to piece together from the symbolism. No, because I mean, even then, you're only piecing together the backstory of one character. It's piecing together the psychological aspects and symbolism of one character versus playing a game where you're piecing together the psychological aspects and symbolism of every character. James, Eddie, Angela, Laura, Mary, Maria. It's everything is relevant to somebody. And it all has many more ways to be approached and viewed. Because you're not even sure necessarily that the reality that you're seeing as a player is accurate, and many times it is blatantly not. So in this, everybody's distortion of what they're viewing reality as is all the same. The nightmare that Harry sees is the same nightmare that Kaufman sees. It's the same nightmare that Dahlia sees. So you're not, again, playing that what does this mean game for multiple characters. It's all just applying to one. Keeps it a lot more focused. That it's just an easier thing to piece together from like a symbolism and a psychological standpoint. All right, time to watch Night Court. Bill. It's one of those things that, like, it's still such a creepy tape, but now, being familiar with the game and knowing what is on that tape, especially when we'll get to see it without all the distortion later. Like, it's still really creepy, but it's also really sad. Lisa's actress was paid a flat $500 and never made any more money from re-releases. But she did get a couple grand from Konami settling out of court for them using her voice in Silent Hill 3. Yep. In fact, since we're talking about that, that's relevant to the game. Let me bring up that interview with Thessaly Lerner. Since we did some other developer interviews, let's talk about that, because I want to put that into my notes and stuff as well. So Thessaly Lerner interview. So again, I'm going to shout them out over and over and over and over. All this great information archived on SilentHillMemories.net. If you ever need to look up info and stuff on Silent Hill, fuck the wiki. The wiki's awful. SilentHillMemories.net has pretty much all the accurate archived information. So, this is an interview with Thessaly Lerner, aka Lisa Garland, for Silent Haven. This was November 27th, 2010. So, Silent Haven asks, what was your work prior to Silent Hill? Thessaly Lerner answers, I have done hundreds of Leapfrog Toys products, probably prior to and after Silent Hill. So, a little bit of a, let me digress before I get more into this, because funny story about that. For many years, I was a manager in a video game store here local in Texas called Game Over Video Games. Game Over Video Games focuses on retro and classic video games, everything from like the old Atari 2600, ColecoVision, really obscure older stuff, that collector stuff that they tend to focus on. Super cool store. I loved working for them. And I remember we got in a trade of a whole bunch of original Leapfrog things. And I remember, because we have to clean them and test them and make sure all that stuff works, I remember going through and playing some of those Leapfrog toy things for the sake of like testing them and taking them in trades in my store and being like, this voice is really familiar. And then later on, reading this interview and being like, oh, no wonder, it's Lisa. That was Lisa Garland telling you the cow goes. Like, that kind of stuff. It's so funny. Anyway, Thessaly Lerner. I have done hundreds of Leapfrog toy products, probably prior to and after Silent Hill. After Silent Hill, I was cast as Teen Girl in the Sims 2 franchise. I've done hundreds of other VOs. My VO-focused website with my demos and credits is www.thessalylerner.com. Filler, thank you so much for the $5 tip. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Continuing with the interview, Silent Haven asks, have you followed the Silent Hill series since your work with the first game? Thessaly Lerner. Haven't followed Silent Hill, but discovered Konami used my voice without asking for Silent Hill 3. My agent sued them and got a mini settlement. Tiny, but something. I know Silent Hill is huge, and peeps love it. Silent Haven. Did you play the Silent Hill game after recording the voice for Lisa? If so, what did you think? Thessaly Lerner. Never played Silent Hill. Have only seen clips on YouTube. This is the kind of stuff that makes me sad. If I could get people involved, like voice actors who've never played the games, to play them for the first time, that would be so cool. I would love to see that. Somebody help Thessaly Lerner make a Twitch account. Silent Haven. Has your work with Silent Hill been significantly different than your other work with The Sims or any of your other work? Thessaly Lerner. Silent Hill is different in that it is amazing how huge it got. It was a very low-paying voiceover job. No hype in the project, just another job to help pay the phone bill for a month. It's remarkable how beloved it is. Sims was ongoing, 7 years. Silent Hill was a one-time gig for 1 hour. She did her shit in 1 hour. All the wonderful Lisa dialogue and everything that's in this game. One-time gig, 1 hour, flat rate. Silent Haven. Lisa had a very innocent, soft, sweet sound in her voice. Was this a character that was hard to voice? Thessaly Lerner. Character was a little hard to voice, as I have a pretty high voice, and they wanted me low, which I am in the mornings, but not after I've warmed up. I think they pitched me down a note or two. I think they did pitch her down in some scenes, but it's kind of noticeable which ones. Like when you hear the dream sequence, when she's like, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, I'll shut up. It sounds artificially pitched down slightly. Whereas when you hear some of her other dialogue, like during her final scene, before her big cutscene, with the bleeding and all that stuff, it's her more natural voice that's not altered. Silent Haven. If requested by Konami, would you be a part of something Silent Hill again today? Thessaly Lerner. I love to work. Love doing voiceovers. I would love to do anything Konami requests. Please email me about any projects with a budget, no matter how large or small. So there you go. Thessaly Lerner. Nice little interview with Lisa Garland. Super talented lady. Definitely deserved better from Konami, but you could say that about fucking everybody who's ever worked for Konami ever. All right, so we watched the tape. Let's go talk to Lisa. What? That's a joke, I'm sure. Regulus. I don't know if you're being serious, but that is not true. No wonder some unpaid interns stole the master codes of the OG games. Konami just didn't keep source code. Nobody stole it or anything like that. Japanese companies very commonly just throw away source code when they're done with a game. It's another thing that Jeremy Blaustein talks about in good detail in that interview with The Great Debate that I linked in chat earlier. So even more reason to go watch that at some point. So let's hear Thessaly Lerner's amazing voice talents that she did for Konami in an hour.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old.
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
What's up, anime nerd? Sub alert should be working. It's been working for the last 11 hours.
It's you.
Yes,
That follow alert just
Dahlia
worked.
Gillespie.
Thank you, KK and D.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard.
You're a
does it mean?
resub, anime nerd.
It is the mark of Samael.
You gotta refresh it,
Don't let it be.
and it'll give you a thing that you can click in
Hey,
chat.
wait!
It gives you the option of letting a resub alert go through or not. Here's the antique shop key. I've seen so many people, including myself, the first time I got to this part ever, where you get stuck at this part of the game. You're like, where the fuck do I go? What do I do? It's so easy to miss this key because Dahlia doesn't make a big deal out of it. She doesn't mention it. She's not like, here's a key to the Green Lion Antiques. That's where your answers. No, none of that. There's a very subtle animation during the cutscene where she sets it on the desk, and that's it. If you don't pay attention and miss that, and you don't see it there, and you don't pick up this key, you're just fucking stuck at this point. All right. So, on to Green Lion Antiques. This sound is so freaky. Interesting thing I just thought about, since we were pulling up the references earlier, the Green Lion antiques being a reference to the alchemical imagery of the Green Lion devouring the sun. Well, it's daylight, and then we go into Green Lion, and when we exit Green Lion, it's going to be the Otherworld. It's going to be dark, as though the sun were devoured. None of this stuff's of any use. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. Push it out of the way.
What's this?
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air.
Hmm?
What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie? No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about.
Drugs.
That's all I can think of.
I don't need drugs to get high. I get high off life.
What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there.
Worst
and I hear
cop ever?
sirens
Pretty
in the
much.
distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur.
But who's the
like
best
some kind of
cop ever
hallucination,
in the
you know?
series?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
And why is it Deputy Wheeler from Silent Hill
I
Homecoming?
was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry,
The Sybil
you're tired.
meets a stranger, gives him a gun,
Yeah, maybe.
talking about all his weird stuff, letting him go into dangerous situations. What does Wheeler do? He puts Alex in jail because he knows he's fucking crazy and takes all his weapons away from him. He's the only competent police officer in the entire series.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Good image there. Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. That's that PTV. White Claudia. You remember when they recreated this little part at the end of Silent Hill Origins, except it's like 9 times bigger? Like the proportions and everything are just super off. No God.
What the?
They did a nice job recreating Alchemilla in Origins. That's about the only nice job they did in Origins.
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Oh, look at that. Maybe you should have gone first. Shit, maybe you should have gone together.
Where am I?
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
See, listen to Lisa's voice
Nothing to
here.
worry about.
Well, if you're sure.
Especially if you're on like decent headphones or something.
Do you know a woman named Dahlia?
Her voice sounds artificially pitched down for this
Yeah,
scene.
that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, Gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. Again, safe space, no monsters, seal of Metatron. Alessa, once again, evidence she's doing what she can. Spread the seal of Metatron, prevent the nightmare from spreading, but it's fighting a losing battle, being overpowered. Yeah, fuck you. This is for ruining all of my out-of-bounds attempts. Ah. Let's take a look around first before I go straight into the mall. Won't be able to do too much because everything is collapsed and fallen away. But just want to take a look around. Enjoy this nice rain effect where the rain is falling and gathering on the metal grates and dripping off of it. That weather effect, attention to detail, especially for a PlayStation 1 game at that time. And all this is the same. Well, kind of. Little more rusty and dark and metallic, but otherwise the same. Oh cool. More stuff to pull up. The Vestal Giga Store. So we've got a reference here to a chain of stores called Virgin Megastore. I can pull up. There's a good one. Save that. Ah. So there we go. You can see the style of the font and everything for Vestal is like exactly the same. So, chain of stores used to be owned by Virgin. Virgin's still around. Yeah, they do internet and phone service. Do they still have mega stores? They don't have mega stores and stuff anymore, right? I'm pretty sure they stopped doing all that a long time ago. But the company is still around. They're still doing stuff. Silent Hill Town Center. And if you look over here, Just Cats. Because one standalone Just Cats store in Silent Hill is not enough. Gotta have one in the mall, too. Just Cats. Just Cats. I'm sorry, Harry.
Cheryl!
Those symbols are creepy. All the doors in nowhere. Yep. So we get to see these symbols representing all those doors, Haggith, and so on and so forth once we're in nowhere. And I'll pull up those references here. But among those symbols, we also see the seal of Metatron and the images of Alessa. So let's pull up information on all those symbols. So, find a good source of it. The Olympian spirits refers to 7 or sometimes 14 spirits mentioned in several Renaissance and post-Renaissance books of ritual magic and ceremonial magic, such as the Arbatel de Magia Veterum, the Secret Grimoire of Tyrael, and the Complete Book of Magic Science. So the 7 Olympian spirits are Aratron, the alchemist who commanded 17,640,000 spirits, and represents the planet Saturn. Bethor, who commanded 29,000 legions of spirits, and represented Jupiter. Phaleg, the warlord, representing Mars. Ak, the alchemist, physician, and magician, who represents the sun. Hagith, transmuter of metals, commander of 4,000 legions of spirits, who represents Venus. Ophiel, who commanded 100,000 legions of spirits, represents Mercury. And Ful, representing the moon, supreme lord of the waters. So all of this comes from actual information regarding the Olympian spirits. Here's a link to the Wikipedia article. And let me go through each and every one of these individually. Because when you see the symbols for each of these, they are exactly what we see in the game. It's the symbols we see on the screens, which we also see later in Nowhere on each of the doors. Just going through, grabbing all these images real quick. Hagith, Ophiel, Ball. But yeah, it's the exact same symbols that you see represented on each of the screens and each of the doors later in Nowhere, representing the 7 Olympian spirits. So again, all of the more of the sort of real world sources for where they pulled a lot of this symbolism from. Cospa. I don't know what that's supposed to be. We have the jewelry store here in the mall. which we'll actually revisit once we're in nowhere at the end of the game. We'll actually get some critical puzzle items in this room when it's revisited. Yeah, I know. There's no walnuts. What kind of shitty jewelry store is this? Don't even have walnuts. Where's the rifle? It's right down here. Here it is. A lot of people miss the rifle because it just drops you into this boss fight. So a lot of people are so focused on this boss fight when they get dropped down here, they don't really look around and realize, like, hey, hunting rifle over here. I definitely missed that on my first playthrough. So that's the twin feeler. And notice you don't kill it. Come down here, you fight it, you shoot it. But then it just fucks off. So it's going off to make a cocoon over at the post office and evolve into a big moth. And then we're going to have to fight it again. Talked about it earlier. You guys you all know, except for a lot of the people who are new here. But for most of the regulars who've seen my in-depths and stuff, you know what I'm going to talk about here. We're going to talk about the rain. Talked about the rain earlier, but this is one of the best. This is the best point in the game to, like, look at the effect and see it in lots of different dynamic areas all right next to each other. So again, the amount of detail for 1999 for a PlayStation 1 game, the rain's falling down and it's hitting textures and it's dynamic based on the texture it hits. So it lands on the dirt and it leaves a little wet spot that fades away as though it's soaking into the dirt or the sand. Then right next to it, if it's hitting the asphalt, you can see it just splashes and kind of pools, and leaves those little splash marks where it's hitting it, more like it would on asphalt. And then right up here, the road fades away so that we have these metal grates. And you can see the water on the metal grate lands and gathers on the bottom side of the grate until it slowly drips off from there. So the fact that they took the time to make sure the rain reacted to different textures based on what it's landing on to give it a more realistic effect. Like, for PlayStation 1, for 1999, that is some crazy detail, you know? That's the kind of stuff that people were looking at on, like, the PlayStation 2 with, like, Metal Gear Solid 2 coming out and like, oh, you got this dynamic rain effect as it's hitting the tanker and you know, all these sort of details and stuff. Silent Hill 1 doing that shit on the PlayStation 1. It's like practically unheard of at the time. Also big spooky windmills. But there's no wind. That's why it's spooky. Air Screamer's still around there somewhere. Pomper. There's Old Town Antiques. You can see a lot of these places that we were looking at earlier where there was nothing here before. Now there's more seals of Metatron that start cropping up all over the town. But you can see there's creatures present. So you can get that sense that the overworld, or excuse me, the otherworld, the nightmare, the power of the town is essentially starting to win. It's starting to overpower Alessa's resistance. That's correct, Sean. There is slight changes to the creatures in the otherworld. So the air screamers become night flutters. And the groaners, which is the dogs, also get a different name. Let me pull this up real quick. Make some more enemy notes. Yeah, the dogs are wormheads. So, air screamers, groaners, mumblers, creepers, larval stalkers, rompers, puppet nurse, parasite doctor. Yeah, so in the other world, you have the night flutters, which is the variation on the night on the air screamer. The groaners, which is the dogs, become wormheads. That's really it. That's the only one that kind of gets a change. We've only got a couple other creatures to encounter as well. Clawfingers, invisible mumblers, and scratchers in the sewers. Plus the bosses. So... Always get confused if Alexa. This is so sad. Alessa, play Theme of Laura. No, Alessa does not want to kill Harry. She spent, part of her soul spent 7 years as Harry's daughter. She loves Harry. Alessa is not bad. She is not evil. She's not in control of the nightmare. She's not sending monsters after people. She's doing her best to try to contain the nightmare so that it's not affecting more people. But the town is too powerful, and Alessa can only do so much. But she does not want Harry dead. Far from it. Harry is the only person who can help her.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Noise created, thank you so much for the 17 months. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you for all that support. What would have happened if Alessa completed the seal around town? Would it have annihilated the town to stop Dahlia and the cult's plans and kill herself in the process? It's not really clear. It's not made clear. Like, the ultimate goal for the seal of Metatron is to do just that. It's a seal. It's to keep something in this case, the nightmare. But I don't think it would have destroyed the town. I don't think it necessarily would have killed her either. But even finishing it, like, there is no finishing it. She spread it everywhere, but the seal can only do as much as its user's strength, like psychic strength and their faith, you know. Silent Hill, the way it works is it's pulling from people's minds and making things real. For the sake of the cultists, as well as Alessa, it draws from their faith. The way that the gods they believe in, the deities they believe in, that shapes what is in their mind, you know, what they believe in. So the stronger your faith is, the more powerful these seals and things are. And at this point, Alessa's not exactly the most faithful cult member. So as that faith wanes and Alessa herself dies, the town overpowers her. Noise, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to the community. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Evil Kuja, Hobo Joe, Kreba Gamer, Kazbats, and Derparn. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy the emotes, courtesy of Noise Created. Thank you so much, dude. Would you agree that the town is hungry for the lonely? Not at all. What the fuck does that even mean? That the town is hungry for the lonely? No. I don't think, like, there's a lot of debate on that, whether the town itself is sentient. I personally do not think it is. The town is just sort of a passive power, you know. It's not even the town itself. It's just the spiritual power in the area where the town happens to be. So I don't look at it as being a sentient force that's intentionally drawing people into it. It's not looking for someone and going, hey, you look lonely. Hey, you've got some issues. Come on into the town. The town, I think, is a passive spiritual force that affects people who get to it, who get too close to it, who are involved in it in some way. But after that, it's purely reacting off of what is in the minds of the people that it's drawing from, you know? Because when they talk about the spiritual power in the sense of the Native American tribes that were here long before Silent Hill and everybody else and the cult, it was viewed as a good thing, you know? They saw the spiritual power as their ancestors and the spirits in the water and the rocks and the trees. It was only when the cult and its influence and its beliefs in devils and demons and gods sort of twisted it into what it is. I don't think it's drawing people into it as a conscious entity. But that's totally speculation, you know? That's totally for whatever anybody wants to believe on it, you know? Because there's nothing confirming that or denying that either way. It's just how I personally see it. Considering they have draw a lot of references and inspiration from stuff like Twin Peaks and elements like that, you know, I kind of view it more like that. It's a place of spiritual significance, similar to the Black Lodge or the White Lodge in Twin Peaks. So it affects reality around where it's based, but it is not a sentient force of itself. So I don't buy the town is hungry for lonely, messed up people. Sybil's here. She's fine. She doesn't have any issues, and she's still going through all the same shit. You know? It's not always just drawing messed up people. There's a lot of normal people who get fucked over by the town just as much. So, yeah, I don't buy it.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure?
Although I agree with you, it's hard not to take it personally when the town starts pointedly communicating with James in the form of verbal torture. So, again, let me pose to you the scenario that I just explained. The town only reacts based on the people who are in it and what it can draw from their minds. James is torturing himself.
You think I can get to the lake from there?
The town vocalizing that towards him is more James coming to terms with his own internal issues. The town's just making it direct, but it's still drawing it from James's mind. It's not going out of its way to do that as an independent entity. It's reacting to the way that James feels about himself, his guilt over what he's done.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared and cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
Hey, Fizzy. Hey, Contragent. Quality's 720 by 60 for what? You're playing games which run in 30 FPS? Because believe it or not, Silent Hill 1 is not the only game that I play. I also play stuff like Dead by Daylight and plenty of other games that run at higher quality and higher frame rates. Just because the game you're seeing right this very moment doesn't go up to 720, 60 FPS doesn't mean that I'm going to change my quality every single time I stream a different game. That seems unnecessary. Also, Lisa's gone. Rachel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to C. Rexfield. Thank you so much for all the support. Very much appreciate it. Let's go kill a big moth. Sorry if this has been covered, but do you think Twin Perfect helped or hurt the Silent Hill community? Helped way more than anything else. They caused some divisiveness among the community. They definitely took it too far with a lot of the stuff towards Tom Hewlett, but a lot of that, I can see it from the standpoint where it was meant to be humor. But it took it a little too far and people took it too seriously. But more than anything else, it's still a really, really good, comprehensive video series with a lot of good, accurate information regarding the series. So it educated people. It made lots of people realize how much misinformation is out there and gave a lot of people a better understanding of the series overall. So I would say it helped way more than it hurt. Way more. So a little bit of strategy for Float Stinger here. If you just spam shots at it, it's invulnerable every time it gets hit for a few seconds. So spamming shots will just waste ammo. So like if I do this, I fired 4 shots. Only 2 of those shots counted. The first one and the last one. The 2 middle shots didn't do anything. So, if you're ever trying to conserve ammunition and get through this boss fight, you can time it by shooting, strafing, and then shooting again. You can kind of use the blood splatter effect to figure out when it is no longer invulnerable and you can shoot again. What does this boss represent? Alessa likes bugs. She collects bugs. She specifically really likes butterflies and moths. There's a little bit of symbolism there as well because of the whole rebirth element, that Alessa is sort of born again as Cheryl and then reunited and then born again into Heather. So the idea of that sort of change occurring, with like a caterpillar changing, being sort of reborn as a butterfly. But ultimately it's there because Alessa likes bugs. He likes moths, he likes butterflies, and it's represented that way.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Freedom, thank you so much for the 27 months. There's a lot of support. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciate it. Oh man, only 12 and a half hours? We're just now getting to the sewers. We still got so much game. There's so much left. This is my longest Silent Hill 1 playthrough in a long time, you guys. But this has been good. We're covering a lot. We're bringing up a lot of references, getting all these notes back together. Feels good. This must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. It's locked. The lock is worn out. I may be able to break it if I hit it hard. All right. We got through the fence. We hit it hard. Why are the graphics all washed out and dithered? I mean, I'm not doing anything weird playing the PlayStation Network version on PlayStation TV. I have the brightness, like the in-game brightness bumped up. So that tends to make it look a little more washed out, but I mean, it's that or it looks way too dark on the stream. But I mean, that's what this game looks like when it's not, you know, being emulated and running through a bunch of filters and stuff. Scratchers! Salamira, thank you so much for the 50 bits. Very much appreciate it. Our introduction to a new creature, the Scratchers. Mentioned earlier that there's things like the pterodactyls from the book The Lost World that Alessa would have read that inspired the town to create the Air Screamers. Similar thing with the Scratchers, where they kind of represent these like dinosaur, but they're also like kind of bug-like, kind of mantis-like, kind of lizard-like, kind of a combination of things. Me personally, it took a long time before I realized what these monsters were properly called when I was younger. Before I knew that they were called Scratchers. So as a kid, I always referred to these as reptiles. Because to me, they look like the really bad CG reptile in the Mortal Kombat movie. Let me pull that up. Put that reference image in my notes. Mortal Kombat movie reptile. So how's Blue Velvet and Lost Highway play into Silent Hill? Silent Hill 2. For everybody who's been like, Blue Velvet, Lost Highway, Jacob's Ladder, Silent Hill 2. It's way more relevant in Silent Hill 2. Most of that stuff does not play into Silent Hill 1 pretty much at all. This. Silent Hill 2 is happening at the same time as this event, right? There is no definitive timeline for the games other than Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 takes place 17 years after Silent Hill 1. Everything else is left intentionally vague by the developers and without a proper timeline. Boom. Mortal Kombat Reptile. So that's what the guys, the Scratchers in the sewers always remind me of. Did it really look that bad? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, if it's been a while since you've seen the first Mortal Kombat movie, uh, go back and give it a rewatch. Some amazing special effects. Oh yeah, I still love that movie too. There's some parts of it that are hot fucking trash, but it's charming hot trash. Could Silent Hill 2 possibly take place before this? Sure. It could be before, it could be after. There's various times all throughout various time periods where the town is in various states of kind of populated, bustling tourist town, abandoned, not abandoned anymore. Like, all of that stuff is left ambiguous. And as said, it's intentional. We read a developer interview earlier where they're like, we specifically did not put a year or a setting explicitly for the game. You're not supposed to think about them like that and try to piece it together as one long story all taking place over a timeline.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
When they made the first game, they didn't even know they were going to make other games. You know, the idea for a sequel and stuff like that didn't happen until this one had already sold well enough, and then they were like, hey, let's try and make a sequel. So to think that they would be trying to put it all into an overall timeline, like, they've explicitly said that's not what they're trying to do. So the only like timeline, the only thing that's official that exists within these games is Silent Hill 3 takes place 17 years after this game. That's it. Everything else can kind of drop in anywhere. Silent Hill 2 can fit in a lot of places. Silent Hill 4 can fit in a lot of places. All the other games were made by people who didn't know what the fuck they were writing about, so it's irrelevant anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, if you go by the UFO ending, the games happen in chronological order. In this game, Harry gets abducted by the aliens. In Silent Hill 2, Harry and the aliens abduct James. In Silent Hill 3, Harry, James, and the aliens take Heather back to Silent Hill to destroy it. But that's the UFO ending, so it's a joke. Can't really take it at face value too seriously, you know? Haunter, thank you so much for the 14 months. Very much appreciate all that support. Thank you so much. And sorry, I don't have a whole lot to talk about during this segment of the game because it's the sewers. It's a sewer level. There's not a whole lot to talk about. We talked about Scratchers a little bit, and that's about all there is. Not cool to play, not cool to talk about. I mean, this is it. It's a sewer level. I mean, as far as sewer levels go, it's definitely not the worst. Nice, like, audio. I like the ambient sounds. I like the reverb effect on all the sound effects. And the dripping noises and stuff like that. But it's still a fucking sewer with not really much going on. Everyone sing the Silent Hill song? Okay. Have you ever really noticed the blanket of shame? All the torment and pain when you realize that no one's ever been there. That's what you meant, right? What's with the kitty is my kitty. His name's Harry Mousin. He's sleepy. What's the other cat's name? Tutu. Yep, that's correct. It's Harry's brother. I hope it's spelled Tutu. It's not, actually. It's spelled like the number, like TWO. But I'm not counting it. Either way is fine. All right, we got a new map. Streets. So we can see this is the continuation of Bachman Road. But we got a couple other things to pull up here. References and such. So we've got Sanford Street. Bird. Which is John Sanford. Give me a moment while I pull these things up. But he did the Prey series of novels, what he's most well known for. Starting with Rules of Prey in 1989. And there's a shit ton more. The most recent one came out April 23rd, 2019. Like 29 fucking books in that series. So, John Sanford, Rules of Prey. Cover. Bird of Prey. Save that. The fuck? There it is. So there's our Sanford author reference. After that, we've got Weaver Street and Craig Street. Weaver Street, which might actually just be Sigourney Weaver. Make sure that's more correct. Quilts. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. As far as Weaver, I think it is just a direct reference to Sigourney Weaver. What most things seem to be pointing towards. But again, similar to some of the things earlier, I'm not seeing a confirmation. I'm not seeing a citation where like a developer or somebody confirmed it, but I'm not really seeing any relevant Weaver like authors, other things that it might be. And Keiichiro Toyama did mention in the interview that we read earlier that they did take a lot of inspiration from science fiction and stuff as well, so Sigourney Weaver, very possible. Plausible. And Craig. A reference to... Oh, see, stuff like this. There's multiple things. It could be Kit Craig. I'm not seeing much on that. More likely Craig Rice, also listed. Who wrote mystery novels and short stories. Seeing what some of the more notable things that were written. I'm just going to make a note on that one. That is something else that needs to be confirmed. So, Craig Street, Craig Rice, question mark, not confirmed. I'll have to do a little more digging on that one. But just like with the F. Paul Wilson stuff earlier, it's a little bit of a generic thing. It could be a couple of different things. And who knows? Maybe I'll shoot some of these questions towards various people involved with the game, and maybe somebody will give me an answer. Like Masahiro Ito or Harry Inaba. Anybody like that who might confirm something one way or the other. Put that to the side. Go. Advertisements for some of the stores and things that we went by earlier, actually. Andy's Bookstore, Nail, Nail, Nail. And Salmon something, the top one. Super hard to see. Ad romper. Oh, that's not good. Wanted to take a look without being interrupted. Try to see some of these little things. Minor beer. And poster there in the bottom left, the Funk Tour Ladies. It's like one of my favorite little random posters in this game, and I'm pretty sure it's not a reference to anything real. I feel like I've looked this one up several times before and was unsuccessful. Tour Ladies. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Not like a direct reference to anything, as far as I know. All right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
That's twice now that we catch Michael Kaufman in an enclosed environment with only one monster. And there's no signs that the monster, like, crashed in through the window like the air screamer did for us in the diner or anything like that. Pretty sure Kaufman's just trying to fuck the monsters. The only thing that makes sense. Kaufman must have dropped this. Like it's full of stuff. Kaufman key. Got a receipt. Our receipt for the Indian runner. Ugh. And that gives us our combo to get into the Indian runner. So we'll be heading there next. 0473. What's the compilation for? Anything in particular? So for you and for anybody else who's new here, I'm Nub. I'm a huge Silent Hill nerd. I've been actively researching and spending time delving deep into these games to understand them better, understand the development behind them, everything that I can, pretty much since 2003. I've been streaming them regularly since January 2015. And over all those years, I've been compiling notes over every game, over every aspect of the series. I had major computer issues earlier this year where a couple of my hard drives, my main drives, were wiped in order to fix other computer issues. So I lost all of those years and years of notes. So this is me just starting to put it all back together again. So we're literally just starting with the first game, and I'm writing notes as I go through, compiling all the references that I can manage. Yeah. Going to be a long task to put it all back together again, but hey, I like these games. So I don't mind doing it. In your opinion, if the military did show up, they would come to an abandoned town with huge chasms in the road they couldn't cross. Yes and no. It would depend. So, certain parts of the town are collapsed and have fallen away. There are still ways to get in and out of the town, just not via like a traditional road. So, military could like fly in with helicopters, planes, things like that. They would not see the town any differently than anybody else here. This is not Silent Hill 2. This is not everybody in the town has their own personal nightmare version that they're all seeing. This town, the nightmare is Alessa's. When the nightmare takes hold, everybody experiences it the exact same way. So Harry sees it the exact same way that Kaufman sees it, the exact same way that Dahlia sees it. They're not all experiencing their own individual internal demons versions of Silent Hill the way like Silent Hill 2 portrays it. In this game, the nightmare is central around Alessa. It's affecting reality for everybody involved. So if the nightmare is affecting the town and the military dropped into the town during the Otherworld nightmare, they would see the Otherworld nightmare. They would see the monsters. They'd see exactly what everyone else is seeing. It's not unique to Harry Mason or anybody in particular. It's all Alessa's nightmare being turned into reality by the power around the town. Should write a book? That sounds like work. I was talking about it earlier as far as like, I'm not good at organizing all of this stuff into clean, produced, you know, book or a slideshow or like YouTube production videos. I'm not good at that stuff. I suck at that stuff. I'm good at sitting down and playing the game and talking about it with friends. And that's essentially what I can do through Twitch. That's the best way that I can approach this stuff. I can talk about the stuff that I know in real time, pull up the references and sources for my information in real time to show you and explain things. And if you have questions, you can ask them in real time and get answers. So it's just a much more casual yet thorough way of approaching it rather than just taking all my notes and putting them in a book or trying to write a script and do like a YouTube video. Like, I don't know. I don't like that format. I don't like doing that kind of stuff so much. Betty X. This is an easy one, but I pulled up like Pepsi logos and other stuff for references earlier, so the reference to, of course, FedEx. And I'm trying to see, did they have an older logo closer to what we see here? Not really. FedEx has kind of always had the same logo. Yeah, it looks like looks like that pretty much always stays the same. Save that. FedEx. Whatever happened with the Silent Hill lore talk show idea? Like just kind of doing a podcast type of thing and basically like just talking about a particular subject without playing the game at the same time. We might still try and do that. I still try and do that with people at some point, but yeah, I just like being able to play through the game while I talk about it, you know? It's a good way to kind of keep my thoughts in order and put everything down just as I progress through the game naturally. Still something that I might try and do, but yeah, I'm not too focused on it. The main thing I'm focused on is exactly what we're doing here: streaming the games, playing them, talking them, and sharing them with you guys live. That's 99% of what I want to do. That's the main focus of what I want to do. So podcasts and YouTube videos and Google Docs and books and any other stuff surrounding it, it's like, yeah, it might be something that comes up at some point, but it's so minute compared to how much I just want to focus on doing this. FedEx Express, aka FedEx Espresso. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Cheaterbot. It's kind of what everybody does already on their own, so I don't know. I'd have to figure out a good way of doing it all. Find a good format for it, and people involved, and good topics and things to talk about and cover. Again, something we'll probably do at some point, but nothing I'm worried about right now. Nothing I'm planning. August 20th. Oh, excuse me. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's, too. Norman's. We're going to get, we mentioned some Psycho references earlier. Here's a much more blatant one. Reference to Norman Bates. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. So you can kind of get a better, more clear idea of Kaufman's hold on the town and his influence, both not just as the director of Alchemilla, but he's also controlling this whole drug trade, smuggling things through these businesses, making these other business owners nervous, which is what that whole diary is about. And there we can see Norman's grand opening. Again, solid reference to Norman Bates, the Psycho films. Hey, Blue Satyr, it is a live cat cam. It certainly is. Got Harry Meowson sitting over there sleeping. I keep reaching over and petting him because he's super cute, but I'm sure he just wants to sleep, so I'm going to try to not bug him too much. 3 loaves of bread, 3 cartons of milk, 2 dozen eggs. Delivered to backdoor daily, 8 a.m. Rear entrance code 0886. Norman Young. So I guess it's, Norman Young, not exactly Norman Bates, but close enough. The reference is there. So we've been reading about all this different stuff, finding out about this sort of drug trade subplot going on with Silent Hill, where the cult is using a drug called PTV, which is made from a plant called White Claudia that only grows around Silent Hill. In order, the cult is using it to induct members. They're using it for various rituals, because it's a very powerful hallucinogenic. So they use it to drug people and influence them into joining the cult, as well as to see visions and things like that when they're performing rituals, and a lot of different uses within the cult. Kaufman is the manufacturer, as well as the dealer. So he's taking the White Claudia, processing it into PTV, and distributing it around the town on behalf of the cult. Even though he's not a member of the cult himself, he's making good money off of it. Which is all he cares about. Oh, man. Oh my God, Romper. Man, even with bullet adjust, I blew through all my shotgun ammo. Using it way too much. Have to start using the rifle. Free cable TV. Apartment for rent. Interesting. Sign says Hairby Inn. And that's how it's listed on the map as well. Motel Hairby Inn. Haerbey. That a reference. Pretty much just Norman's Motel. Doesn't look like that's anything specific. Just wanted to check and be sure. Playing on normal, playing on easy. Playing on easy, because no sense making it harder on myself just for the point of like covering the story. You know, the difficulty doesn't change the story. It doesn't change the references and the lore. It just makes it a bigger pain in the ass to kill stuff and look at things. Hey, Techie. Easy modo. Maji. Take the magnet. Let's look at some porn. Posters on the wall. Don't look at that now, though. And there's actually more direct porn right here. So we can examine this newspaper. And when you examine the newspaper, you can see that there's another magazine underneath that newspaper. And that is a naked lady. I'm pretty sure it's like a Playboy cover. Let me see if I can pull this reference up. I might not be able to show this particular reference on Twitch, but let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, there was a stack of Playboy magazines in the bridge control room next to the save point also. Forgot to point those out. They're kind of hard to tell without like a cam hack anyway, but there is that as well. Make that note. And move on. Newspaper. It's the same date as the one in the hospital. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. Like the anti-drug mayor, a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure of unknown origin. So, the investigation on PTV, the drug problem in Silent Hill, that I was just talking about, that Kaufman is kind of the ringleader behind, was suddenly stalled because people are mysteriously dying. So we've got not only the anti-drug mayor, but also Officer Gucci, who was mentioned back in the police station. So the idea here is that these people who were investigating into the drug problem were getting too close to figuring something out, getting onto Kaufman's trail, and Kaufman most likely is the one who killed them. Given the mysterious heart attack situation, who knows? A lot of things could potentially cause that. Kaufman's got access to a lot of chemicals and drugs being a hospital director. Underlying theme of sex with the Lisa situation and everything, that's Origins bullshit. It's not really an element in this game whatsoever. The stuff like the porn magazine laying around, I think it's more because this is a seedy motel. Do you get it? It's a good piece of scenery for setting up the atmosphere of seedy motel. I don't think it's any more symbolic than that, you know? Certainly not around Lisa or anything like that. Also, Lisa doesn't really exist. She was a real person. She's just already dead. The Lisa that we interact with in the game is a manifestation from Alessa's mind, just like everything else. Just like all the creatures, just like with the monster nurses. She's herself a manifestation. She's able to maintain more of her personality, probably because Alessa was so fond of her, so close to her, but she was real. She's not purely created by the town, by the power. There's a guest register, nothing special written here. Could it have been the cult's power that killed these people? Possibly. It could be that the cult had some influence on it. That Kaufman would have enlisted their help, their supernatural help, to keep people from investigating too closely. It's implied that Lisa died of an overdose, mostly from her diary entry, ending with, like, need drug, help me. Because Kaufman was using the drugs to keep Lisa kind of under his control so that she would continue caring for Alessa, because since she was basically kind of let into Alessa's existence, her being alive and kept in the hospital separate, Kaufman needed to keep Lisa kind of under his control, and he did that through drugs. Could have been through withdrawal, something like that as well. It's not really specified, but drugs are involved either way. Not sure how Lisa died. It could have been an overdose. I just know she did terrible things for drugs when she was otherwise a nice lady. Do you? Is that what you know for sure? She did terrible things for drugs when she was an otherwise nice lady? Could you show me your source, your citation? Like I've been doing for all of my information for the last 13 and a half hours? Because I feel like you're pulling that out of your ass. I've played this game a couple thousand times. There's no dialogue where Lisa talks about doing anything sick for the drugs. She's just getting him from Kaufman because Kaufman needs Lisa to do what he needs her to do. She needs to care for Alessa and not spill the beans to anybody else. As said, the only time that there's any sort of implication that Lisa was having any sort of sexual relationship with Kaufman or being blackmailed for it or having to do anything terrible for it all comes from Origins, which was made by an entire team of people who had nothing to do with this game or Silent Hill 2 or 3 or 4. Is an entirely unrelated team doing their own thing, and hey, they got a lot of stuff wrong. Heard it's based off a plot guide from GameFAQs. Yep, the premier source of information. Accurate information. Yeah, for me, I take the information that is in the games that the developers put there, and I take the information that's in interviews that is cited by developers after the fact, where they confirm or deny things, and everything else is bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. Like, everything else is might as well just be speculation. If it's not in the games explicitly, or the devs said it explicitly, then it's theory crafting, it's speculation, it's stuff put in guides on GameFAQs written by people who had nothing to do with the game's development, or stuff that was put in like Brady game guides, you know, written by Dan Burlew, you know, who also had nothing to do with the game. I mean, that's the same guy who said that a pair of legs in yellow pants in Silent Hill 3 was Solid Snake. Which, by the way, that quote-unquote fact showed up in a recent, like, 10 facts about Silent Hill 3. 1 million thumbs up on YouTube, because... ugh. It's so easy to spread misinformation. People just regurgitate shit without looking into it at all. Because who cares about accuracy when you can get clicks and likes? Subs. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell. Suck a dick. Old motorcycle. Looks like it's been sitting here for years. That's weird. The dust is wiped away just around the gas tank cap. So earlier was talking about Michael Kaufman in Alchemilla Hospital. We saw the director's office had been trashed, and I explained that was Dahlia Gillespie, who was destroying his office looking for Aglaophotis. She knew that he had Aglaophotis, and she knew that Aglaophotis was the only thing that could stop her plan of birthing this god. It's the only thing that could force the god out of the host, Alessa, prematurely. So she wanted to make sure that it was destroyed so that Kaufman didn't have a way of stopping her plan. Kaufman knew that she was going to be looking for it, so he had 2 bottles of it. He had one that he kept in his office for Dahlia to find and destroy so that she thought she got rid of it all. Meanwhile, he keeps the actual bottle that he intends to use hidden away here. And you can see there's all this extra stuff you've got to do to get it with the magnet and the key, and very, very much hidden. Much more so than just stuck in his desk at work. A small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. What's this? Like the busted vial I found in the director's office at the hospital.
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
Man, was he pissed, and in such a rush, too. Guess I wasted my time. Better hurry, I'm worried about Cheryl. That's weird. Why did I not get... Wait. Why did I not get dope on the bottle? Like, he's supposed to... So there's different variations of the dialogue there. Harry can say what he just said, or he can say that was probably dope in the bottle. Normally, he'll say the dope in the bottle line because you have to read the news. I read the newspaper. I literally just examined the newspaper a moment ago, right? Like, I just read it about the anti-drug mayor. Check the tapes. Check the VOD. I read that. I looked at the drugs in the Indian Runner. I read the diary. I looked at the Bates Motel thing. I didn't reload the game or die or anything, right? No. That's it. That should be everything. I should have gotten different dialogue there. That's weird. That's super weird. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything this time around. I've been taking my time, my sweet, sweet ass time this playthrough. It's been almost 14 hours. I'm pretty sure I didn't skip over anything, right? It's not a version difference. I've done the same path of notes on the North American version hundreds and hundreds of times. The only version difference that you get is the boiler note at the end of the game in Nowhere, since that's missing on this version, but everything else should have worked there. That's weird. Fuck, it was this. I didn't read this. September 10th. Took package. Told to sit on it a while. Don't want to get involved, but can't disobey. He's probably linked to the death of the mayor and others. Okay, well that's cool. Now that everybody has seen the I wasted my time dialogue, let's just reload the save. I made a save right here. So this time, read this. Read this. And let's go get the motorcycle key. Come on. Just seeing the drugs should be enough. Yeah, I guess Harry needs a little bit of extra convincing. He's got to see absolutely all of the things to connect the dots. He's got to see the newspaper article. He's got to see the Kaufman involvement. Got to see the physical drug packages. He's got to see every element of it before he puts it together. Well, how can you be sure it's a doghouse if there's no dog around? What if it's just a tiny, tiny house that somebody keeps in their lawn? You don't know it's a dog house if there's no dog in it.
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
That guy's gotta be involved in the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed, and in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. I guess I wasted my time. Better hurry. Worried about Cheryl. So there we go. There's the dialogue I was hoping for. That's why I was thrown off when Harry was just like, oh, I guess I wasted my time. Yeah, that dialogue is voiced. The files are in the final game, even. Like, they're still there. They just don't play. They don't activate. For whatever reason, they're completely unused everywhere except for the trade demo. I don't think it's a bug. If it was a bug, they would have probably fixed it along with some of the other bugs they fixed between versions. Because, like, they fixed the boiler article bug that's in the North American version. They fixed that in between the release of the North American version and the PAL version and the Japanese version. There's a glitch that lets you skip a lot of the amusement park that they fixed after the North American version. So if it was a bug, it likely would have been voiced on one of the other versions. But since it's not in any of the versions, any retail versions, it's only on the trade demo, it must have been an intentional change. It must have been something where they thought, this is internal dialogue. He shouldn't really be saying it out loud.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
Oh? Oh! Not again. No, this time it feels different. Rather than shifting from reality to a nightmare. This is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling, like something bad will happen. No doubt, something terrible is going on. You're just now realizing this? Did you watch the Michael Gwynn interview? Of course. Of course. After so many years of not being sure who Harry's voice actor was, that was huge news in the Silent Hill community. There's no way that would have passed me by. Think it's funny the same guy who voiced Harry Mason voiced Dracula in Symphony of the Night? What makes that even weirder is that for a long time, I thought it was the same voice actor as Richter, because in Symphony of the Night, Richter sounds a lot like Harry Mason. Like, it sounds like Harry's voice going, "Die, monster. You don't belong in this world." It sounds like Richter sounds more like Harry, but Harry's actually Dracula. It's so weird. Such a weird situation with that. He's also the narrator, Michael Gwynn, the voice for Harry and Dracula. He's also the narrator for Ridge Racer. He's the narrator and overworld voice for Ridge Racer.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the Otherworld. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Stop.
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry, I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The flowers. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
Poor Harry. They both just kind of walk out on him, like, mid-conversation. This is how Commissioner Gordon must feel. Yeah, I've got no idea why Dahlia is wearing a tie. It's just... yeah. Cult priestess formal. He just knows a lot about fashion. Ouch. Dahlia barefoot or wearing shoes that look like human feet? She's barefoot. She's barefoot. That actually is a consistent, like, thing with priestesses in the order, in the cult. Yeah, Claudia Wolf, same thing in Silent Hill 3. Which I think I've heard from somebody before that the barefoot thing is a it's common in Wiccan beliefs where priestesses would essentially feel closer to the earth, like that you don't have, it's not good to have something between you and the earth that you're walking on. I'm not 100% on that, so that's I'm not writing that one down in my notes. Because I don't know how relevant it would be, but I feel like that's something that a friend told me many years back. Someone who's much more interested and versed in Wiccan practices and things than I am. Anyone notice the god's gender change between 1 and 3? Dahlia calls it a he. Silent Hill 3 calls it she. I mean, it's all belief. It's all belief-based. Like, whatever is in their mind is what they are focusing on. So Dahlia has a different view of what she believes the god to be. Based on its appearance and stuff, it looks very much like Baphomet. Good old Satan, usually referred to as male. But then once you get to Claudia, the cult has undergone a very big change in beliefs. They focus more on Saint Alessa, and they've got a lot more focus around, like, the Holy Mother, these female deities. So their belief in God shifts more to a female form rather than a male one.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
Gotta love the giant seal of Metatron with just, like, this huge dark void all around. Like, this is one of those just aesthetically pleasing moments in the game. I love the symbol, the way it's sort of got this layer of fog moving over it and this kind of dreamy effect as you move around. Hard to believe Team Silent did research into Wicca, though, but I suppose they did heavily draw from paganism.
Sybil hasn't come back.
So I went through it and read it earlier, but there was
That creep sure
an
to show
interview
up at the
with
amusement park pretty soon.
Keiichiro Toyama
Let me be on time.
that I read much earlier in the playthrough, where he actually commented, like they during an interview they asked him about the religious sort of aspects of it, and how that was implemented into the game, and he more or less said it was stuff that they just kind of like added in after the fact because religion and cult stuff is kind of weird and creepy and it fits the aesthetic. So I'm thinking it's not like they did a ton of research into it, but they cracked open some books and they took little elements where they're like, oh, this is neat, and threw it in without, you know, overthinking it. Kind of doing their own thing with it. Yeah, because it's a huge mishmash of religious iconography. It's stuff from Christianity and Catholicism, Judaism, Hinduism, Wiccan, and like alchemy, and like all of these different sort of random elements. They just kind of picked and choose things that they liked, you know. This word sounds neat, or this core principle is creepy and weird. So they just kind of picked and choose little things from lots of different things that mashed it together to kind of form their own little set of cult beliefs for the order. So did the seal only work in this game because Alessa uses it in her dream and she believed in it? Yeah, that's the implication. That's the heavy implication. Is that, again, it's everything that can be done more or less is through the power of the town. There are some exceptions to that, with like Alessa having some psychic abilities, legitimate psychic abilities herself, that's not just given to her by the town. It's something that she's just able to do. But when it comes to utilizing symbols and things like the Seal of Metatron and giving them any sort of power, a lot of that just comes from faith. If they have enough faith in it and they believe in it, the town can draw that from their mind and make it real. More sewers. Yep. More sewers. There's a little bit more to talk about, because there's these corpses showing up again. Their fancy BDSM gear. Yeah, they're green now. Slightly different texture. I wonder if they're green because they're in the sewers. And sewer stuff is supposed to look green and brown and gross, right? Also claw fingers. So yeah, if you play the Japanese or PAL version of this game, you never see the mumblers. They're like completely removed from those versions of the game and replaced with these claw fingers. They're called something else besides claw fingers. Mumblers is the general term given to all of the creatures. Like the shadow things in the school, the gray children that a lot of people refer to them as. These things, when you look at the development of the creatures initially, where they designed them and then it got rejected by an ethics committee. We talked about all this in great detail earlier, so it's in the VOD. Not going to go through it all again, but yes. There are larval stalkers, mumblers, and claw fingers. And the main reason that mumblers and claw fingers are given a distinction between names is pretty much just for the sake of the North American version, where they are two separate things. Because as said, if you play the PAL version, there is no mumbler. It's all claw fingers, so they're usually referred to just blanket term as mumblers. Even though there is a distinction. So there's a glitch here where you can skip the majority of the amusement park. You skip right to the end of the Sybil fight. But I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to play out the scene normally. Actually, I guess maybe I should show the skip first and then reload it and do it normally. I think I can do that. You're the one. So we'll do the skip first.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh! Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry.
So there's that. So that's the amusement park skip. It's used in speedrunning, but again, it's one of those bugs that works in the North American version. They found out about the bug after the NTSC release. They patched it. They fixed it before releasing the PAL and Japanese versions, so it doesn't work on those versions. So now we'll do it normally without the skip. And definitely some stuff to look for around here. I know there's supposed to be a Lakeside Amusement Park sign that is based off of an actual place, like a real Lakeside Amusement Park. Give me a second. Let me pull that up right now. Lakeside Amusement Park, Denver, Colorado. So, you want to go to the real Lakeside Amusement Park? It's in Denver. Yep, same amusement park as Silent Hill 3. Good old Lakeside. Oh. So here's a picture of the actual sign for the real Lakeside Amusement Park in Denver, Colorado. That's where they got the namesake. Harry. You have a good sleep. What are you doing? No, no, no. No, no, no. That's my keyboard. Wrong, buddy. Go lay down. Have you had enough laying down? Yeah, I don't know if my camera is far enough over. Kind of. Just enough for cat butt. That's as far as it can go. All right, bud. He's being super cute right now. He's like licking my hand. Am I okay? I'm fine. I'm tired. Been streaming for 14 hours. I got a cute kitty distracting me.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Abyssus, thank you so much for the 14 months. Very much appreciate it. Yep. Come for the Silent Hill, stay for the cat butt. Oh. Of course. Then he moves back to his original spot. So here we go. Go ahead and make a save here. The good old magic ice cream shop. You can see it's actually just called magic. There's magic right up top. And this is one of the parts of the amusement park that you actually revisit in Silent Hill 3. You see this notepad here? It's a save point in Silent Hill 1. Harry mentions at the beginning of the game when you very first save, whenever you're saving your game, he's just writing down his thoughts and experiences of what's happened so far. So he's just like writing stuff down. In this game, we never get to see what Harry's actually writing, you know? It's just a game save mechanic. But in Silent Hill 3, you visit this exact same place, this notepad is here, and you read what Harry wrote down at this point in the game from Heather's perspective. So like it's Heather reading this 17-year-old note left behind by Harry in the exact same spot. Those kind of details and connections between 1 and 3 are super, super cool. I love that stuff. Thoughts then about how this pad of paper stays intact for 17 years? It's Silent Hill. It's crazy reality shifting magic. A notepad staying in the same place is like the least weird, questionable thing. Yeah, Silent Hill doesn't give a fuck about time. In Silent Hill 2, it manifests an entire prison from the 1800s. What's one notepad from 17 years ago? And he's gone. Bye, Harry. Time for the Sybil fight. Oh my god, Harry is back and he's tugging at my mouse wire. Come on, man. We've talked about this. Don't touch the wires. Don't be like that. So, cool stuff in the Sybil fight. There's a couple little animations, things like that that not everybody has necessarily seen. You can run around, put some distance between you and her, and the merry-go-round starts up, and she'll just sit down and enjoy the ride for a bit. death is canon, is it not? So it's unconfirmed. There's a few different ways that it could go. And it's actually a pretty divisive thing, even with the developers. Masahiro Ito brought up the prospect that he thought Sybil was supposed to be dead. But then another developer said in a different interview that it's meant to just be left open for like the player to determine which is the more accurate. So that's one of those things that it's unconfirmed 100%, you know? There's evidence to kind of support both things. Ultimately, if you want to go by canon or canonical, that itself is also up for debate. Because for me, I only consider the first 4 games canonical. Some people consider anything with a Konami stamp on it canonical. If you go by that, then Homecoming is canon, and in Homecoming, they talk about Sybil going to Silent Hill and never coming back. So, I don't know if you want to... But that's Homecoming, so... As from what I understand, and what makes the most sense to me, is Sybil is dead. I personally think the good ending, rather than the good plus ending, lines up better with the 17-year timeline following into Silent Hill 3. Sybil never turns up in Silent Hill 3. There's no mention of her. There's no follow-up or anything to that. It would mean that Harry could gather the Aglaophotis and not use it on Sybil, meaning he would still have it when he leaves the town at the end of the game, which would allow him to have it in Silent Hill 3 to give to Heather. So it lets him... The consistency of Harry having that Aglaophotis to give to Heather stays if you follow Sybil dying and Harry not using it. He would still know what Aglaophotis does without using it himself, because in the good ending, Kaufman shows up and uses it on Alessa, so Harry sees firsthand what it does. So he would still have some when he leaves. He would know how it works. And he would still leave with the reincarnation of Alessa as Heather. So, for me, the good ending lines up the most. But again, you could still argue good plus. You know, he could get some more Aglaophotis from somewhere else. Kaufman was able to get 2 bottles worth of it, so maybe Harry found some more somewhere at some point in 17 years. And Sybil just, you know, had a weird experience in Silent Hill and said, that was weird. I'm quitting the police force and never coming back, and she's just not mentioned. Maybe not dead, so... How did he make it into a solid? I don't know. They don't go into that amount of detail. But the fact that he still possesses it, maybe it congeals over 17 years into a more solid form. I don't know. It's nothing that's confirmed one way or the other. Ouch. Hello? Can I splash this Kool-Aid on you? Thank you.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
There might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn. What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Lisa. Damn, what's that? That sound. From down there. Coming from the basement. Is Lisa dead or what? Is Lisa a zombie or infected with the parasite as the rest of the nurses? So we talked about the nurses and stuff earlier. I'll go over it kind of briefly, but we did that a little more in depth. There is not just normal nurses being infected with parasites. The nurses themselves and the doctors themselves that you see with parasites in them are all manifestations. The parasites manifested, the nurses and doctors are manifested. They're all coming from Alessa's mind. They're not real people. Lisa, a little different, but she is still a manifestation. She's not a zombie, not anything like that. She was a real nurse. She was very close to Alessa. She died. And now Alessa, because Lisa's, in Alessa's mind, the town can manifest her. And because she was so close to Alessa, she's able to know her on a more personal level. So Lisa's able to keep more of her personality. But again, as Alessa's power weakens, Lisa loses more and more of herself. She starts realizing that she's a manifestation just like all the other creatures. She just didn't realize it.
Being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
That's certainly a way to interpret it, Serial. And I would say that's pretty accurate. Is there any way I can get notified when you start another stream? Follow the channel. You're already following the channel. I think there's a notification thing by default. Twitch does not turn it on anymore. You have to actually go into like your settings and enable notifications. They made that shit kind of complicated. You can also follow my Twitter or my Discord, at NubZombie on Twitter. You can type !Discord in the chat if you want a link to join my Discord. Anyone is welcome to join. You don't have to It's not like subscribers only or anything like that. Oh, is my bot not working? Yet. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta remake my command real quick. That should work. There we go. So yeah, if for whatever reason Twitch notifications are not working and you want to catch the next stream, I always tweet whenever I'm going live on Twitter @nubzombie, and there will always be an announcement, a going live announcement on the Discord. Because yeah, I don't have a set streaming schedule, so that's the best way to keep up with it. So you get annoyed when people say Silent Hill in general is about facing personal demons? When really, I mean, it was really only Silent Hill 2. It is somewhat annoying, but it's not really because of like fans, because fans didn't get to decide how the rest of the series went. It's annoying because every Western game after Team Silent disbanded tried to copy Silent Hill 2 so fucking hard that was the only thing that they ever focused on. They never went back to anything like Silent Hill 1 where it's focused on somebody else. You're in someone else's nightmare trying to figure out, what's going on. They just kept doing Silent Hill 2 over and over again, where it's personal demons, personal demons. Everyone's dealing with their own personal demons. Main characters got amnesia, forgot about that bad thing they did until they work out their personal demons. And that's fucking everything. That's Origins. That's Homecoming. That's fucking Downpour. So it's annoying because that's all the rest of the series turned into after 4. Isn't Homecoming mostly like 1? Is that a joke? It's literally Silent Hill 2 again. Main character has amnesia. They forgot the bad thing that they did. They work out their personal demons by going to Silent Hill, and then they realize the bad thing that they did, and then they leave. Alex killed Josh. He blocked it out of his memory. He's tormented by the guilt. He figures it out. He works out his demons. And then he turns into Pyramid Head. So yeah, it's annoying. But it's not annoying because fans bring it up. It's annoying because you can't blame fans for thinking that the whole series is like that, because that's what the Western developed games turned it into. Whereas when you're looking at just the Team Silent games, Silent Hill 2 is the only one that did that. It's the only one that focused on individual, personal stories where James is dealing with his internal, turmoil and working out his demons, as is Angela and Eddie, and everyone has their own personal thing that they're working out, whereas, everything else had a more centralized focus, In this, it's all about Alessa, the nightmare, the effect on the town, and the cult itself, but yeah. Good old nowhere. I love how chaotic the end of this game is. Just taking all these random rooms and places that are significant to Alessa and just throwing them all together. Different versions of the same town, separate realities. See, I'm not a big fan of that premise either. It's hard to tell what PT/Silent Hills was alluding to because it barely exists, and it's never something that's went to fruition, so we have no idea what that was supposed to be, at the end-all be-all of that project. But I'm not a fan of the alternate realities, separate dimensions. I don't buy into that either. They make it very clear in this game what the spiritual power is and how it's working and what it's doing. It is someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. It's all one reality. It's all one universe. But the power surrounding the town can shift reality around. Sometimes it shifts it around in ways that everybody involved can see the shift, such as this game. Sometimes it shifts it for individuals, like Silent Hill 2. But it's still the same universe. They're not in separate realities, Go home. Thief. Drop dead. Those allusions to Alessa sort of being outcast, bullied by her classmates in Midwich, and how isolated she must have felt when you see that that's the only desk in the room. Everything else has been removed in this version of it. How lonely she must have been. Wasn't it the movie that started the parallel dimension crap? Nope, it was Origins. There's a lot of reasons why Silent Hill Origins is like my second to least favorite Silent Hill game. It's almost the one that I hate the most. Because, Yeah, that was all Origins. That was all... The Otherworld is a separate reality that's always there, and you can just visit it whenever you want to by going through mirrors. If Book of Memories did not exist, Origins would be my least favorite game. Yes, absolutely. Because here's the thing. I could sit here and, I mean, I have sat here and spent many hours explaining why Downpour is not a very good game. Or why Homecoming is not that good of a game. But at least, at the very least, they were just doing their own thing. They were trying to do a new story. Origins had the audacity to not only be a really terrible original story about Travis, but also go back and retroactively fuck up everything that was established in this game. So that's why I hate Origins, because Origins shits all over this game. It's so inconsistent, it's so wrong. It has no fundamental understanding of the events of Silent Hill 1. And it's frustrating to me because so many people are like, "Well, Konami made it, so I believe it." All right. Sure. Cyborg Rachel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to All Mother. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I mean, it's a matter of opinion, Cornholio. Some people like Origins more. That's fine. That's fine. I fucking hate it. At the very least, you know, Alex, Murphy, they had motivation. What did Travis do? He sees a girl on the street, so he stops his truck. Okay, that's weird. Sure, go investigate. Oh, there's a house fire. Sure, run inside the burning building. Oh, there's a burned up little girl. You know? Okay, sure. Try to save her. Wake up, you know, right outside on a bench outside of Alchemilla Hospital. Okay, he's concerned about the little girl. He wants to know what happened. He goes into the hospital. Some weird stuff happens. And then he runs into Lisa, and Lisa says, "Oh, Alessa, she died. Anyway, I'm supposed to go meet my friend Michael Kaufman at the sanitarium. See you later." That's the end of Travis's motivation right there. The little girl is dead. He has no reason to investigate further. His truck is literally still running on the street where he left it. Why does he not just go back to his truck and go back to his job and fuck off at that point? Why does he follow Lisa to the sanitarium? He doesn't know who the fuck Lisa is. Why would he care that she's going to meet Kaufman? Like, what the fuck does he care? And from that point forward, Travis's entire motivation is just following Lisa around mindlessly. The people who wrote Origins don't even realize why Travis was in the town. Look at the UFO ending for Silent Hill Origins. It's Travis talking to the aliens going, "I gotta find my truck. That was never the goal." He knows where the truck is. It's exactly where he fucking left it. Origins is shit. The original aspects written around Travis make no sense and are completely not, like, irrelevant to everything else going on. And everything that they have in Origins related to Silent Hill 1 is completely inaccurate and wrong. So it fails on all levels. It fails at being anything decent original. It fails at being anything as a prequel to Silent Hill 1. It just sucks. At least Homecoming and Downpour were trying to be original stories without fucking up previous entries, you know, trying to say that it's a prequel to Silent Hill 2 or whatever. You know, they didn't do that. At least they tried to do something different. But yeah, fuck Origins. That game is garbage. It's almost as garbage as a monotonous dungeon crawler on the PlayStation Vita. It's not quite that bad. But yeah, Origins is doo-doo. Oh boy. Sorry about the rant. I'm starting to kind of lose my mind a little bit. It's been 15 hours. So I apologize. My patience is gone. I don't feel very well. Very hot. But we're almost done. Names engraved on a lithograph. The Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set young and old, lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them. The frenzied uproar. The feast of death. Another really blatantly kind of easy puzzle. It's so weird that, like, as the game goes on, the puzzles just kind of get easier and easier. Tells you basically just put them in order by age. The Grim Reaper's list. So you've got a list of 5 people. Their ages on the left. If you put them in numerical order, you have Albert, Lydia, Edward, Roberta, and Trevor. If you take the first letter from each of those names, it spells out the word alert. Another one of those gurney rooms. Always freak me out. Can't make a prequel to something so in-depth without checking every detail? Well, here's the other issue to that. Silent Hill 1 does not require a prequel. All the events that happened before Silent Hill 1 that lead up to this game are explained in this game. There was literally no reason to do a prequel that revolved around Alessa. If you're going to do a prequel to Silent Hill 1, talk about the origins of the cult. Talk about Dahlia when she was a child. You know, there's lots of other things you could do further back in time, but Alessa's story is told. We know what happened. We didn't need a prequel to this game focused around Alessa. It's explained in this game.
Harry,
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
Lisa?
Man, poor Lisa. Poor Lisa. Still one of the most tragic character arcs in not just Silent Hill, like in horror games. Real close between Lisa and Angela for me, like just counting the Silent Hill games, but still. There's a diary on the floor. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me to the hospital. Feeling bad. Need to throw up, but nothing comes out, vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. Oh yeah. Lisa was just the unfortunate nurse that got put in charge of Alessa. Kaufman needed to make sure that he could keep Lisa in his control, so he kept her drugged up and essentially got her addicted, most likely to PTV. And yeah. Lisa was just doing her job, trying to care for a poor little girl. But that's okay. Kaufman gets his. He's gonna get his. Here we go. Here's a puzzle that in trial versions of the game, in early versions of the game, this puzzle was supposedly much harder. Or not supposedly, it was. There was a lot more to it. Where they talk about in interviews and stuff. Let me see if I can pull that information up. That's the whole point of the stream today. Losing track of things because I'm super tired. Silent Hill, original, astrology puzzle. It's not confirmed, Tina. It's implied drug overdose. But it's not confirmed one way or the other. Where is... God, I can't remember which interview. They mentioned the first Zodiac puzzle. But I remember at one point this particular puzzle was supposed to be a lot more complicated. And they simplified it quite a bit for the final release. But even simplifying it, this puzzle still throws a lot of people off. Because you have these different images and numbers. You have like a crab, the number 10, scales, fish. So people would start looking at these and sort of start trying to make astrological connections. So they'd be like, okay, this has something to do with Pisces. This has something to do with Cancer. And people would start trying to maybe associate it with months or different things like that, and applying the numbers and stuff to it, thinking that it has something to do with like the calendar. And it's very easy to overthink this puzzle, because ultimately it's a relatively simple thing. You just have to figure out what connection the game wants you to make between the images and the number. So all you're looking at is the number of limbs. So the scale has 2 arms. Crab has 10 legs. Or I guess 8 legs and 2 front claws. You've got the ram with 4. So this way you can figure out what counts as a limb and what does not. So the horns don't count as part of the ram. The head doesn't count. The tail doesn't count. So it's just looking at the legs. Fish got nothing. So that's all you got to look for. But yeah, this puzzle is definitely made and designed for you to sort of easily overthink it. They wanted to give you enough room to try to find what trail of logic they're looking for to solve it, and throw you off by the order of the dots, the images themselves, the astrological correlation, but all it is, number of limbs. So, centaur, 4 legs, 2 arms for 6. Harry, why do you keep coming over here, buddy? He keeps going after my mouse. I need that. I need that. I know, buddy. I know. I'm almost done. Almost done. I know. We're gonna finish this up soon. I'm gonna go feed him. And he's gonna be happy. In fact, let me give him a treat. Oh, you heard the bag. There you go. Did you already eat that? No. Get your face out of the bag. Quit it. Chubby boy. Go lay down. And he's gone. Give that cat some love. I've been giving him love all night. Been getting treats and pets. He's acting like he needs me to go feed him and stuff, but I know he's got food upstairs and got like a nice fancy water fountain. He's fine. And he's back in the box. Boom. He just wants some attention. I've been sitting here talking to my computer for 15 hours, so he's like, what the fuck? Of Haggith. Again, talked about it in more detail earlier, but all of these symbols on the doors and the names, Haggith, Bethor, Ophiel, are all taken from the seven Olympian spirits. And their corresponding alchemical symbols. Used to jump from the back of your computer desk? Damn. Every once in a while, Harry will, like, jump back behind my TV and stuff, but usually he's not too bad about that. The worst habit that I, like, struggled to break him of, and he's way better about it now, but he loves wires. He loves electrical wires. So I had to really, really do a lot of trying to wean him off of messing with electrical wires, chewing on wires and stuff. Should do a walkthrough of Origins explaining all the faults. I've done that many times, Liquid Plague. It's on YouTube. It's on this very Twitch channel. If you look at all my video content, I've gone and done walkthrough, in-depth playthroughs for every game in the series, including spin-off stuff like the play novel, the arcade game, Book of Memories. It's all been covered at some point. I've been doing streaming Silent Hill predominantly for like the last 5 years. There's not much else that I have to say about these games that haven't said already at some point. That's kind of why I wanted to do this stream that I've been doing today. Going through and showing all of these references and sources for information, where I learn the stuff that I talk about. Sort of back all that information up. Because it's one of the few things that I haven't really done a stream of yet. One of the few ways to approach these games in a format that I haven't really tried to before. At least not on stream. In-depth Pachi slot's gonna happen eventually. Enigma has already streamed it a few times and covered some stuff. Eventually we'll do a more comprehensive stream for it. Over here. Lock that. Oh, here's our Shadow Stalkers. So this whole time throughout the game, we've had the shadow creatures. Oh, never mind. Not quite yet. They will be here. For now, it's just the nurses. Have you done all the demos of Silent Hill? Specifically Silent Hill 4 demo. Like just the demo versions for each of the games? Not all of them. I've done the E3 trial demo for Silent Hill 3. I've done the trade demo for Silent Hill 1. That's really it. That's all I've done as far as demo stuff. That. That. Already finished that. All right. I'm like trying to do this a little bit more properly, where I actually go like get the camera and do everything on the 3rd floor. But you know what? Let's just do it, because the puzzle never changes. You don't actually need the camera to solve it if you know the solution. Let's just move on. Like that little glimpse of Alessa. See that kind of ghost of Alessa praying at the altar. Yeah, I talked about the trademark thing earlier. Here's the short version.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Who in the hell was that? Nobody, thank you so much for the 30 months of support. Very, very much appreciated. Oh yeah, we got Meows and Cam. Thank you so much, dude. Shit. 2nd floor. But yeah, short version of the Konami trademark thing. They're literally just making sure they still have the legal right to distribute Silent Hill games on the internet in Canada regions. They're not releasing a new game. If they were going to be releasing a new game, they would need international trademarks, which they have not filed. All they're doing is making sure they keep their properties. That's it. Not a new game. All that shit got hyped up because horror game websites have nothing better to write about, I guess. Get a job, CJ Melendez. I'm sorry. I love you, CJ. Being a dick. Birdcage. There we go. Peleg. Here we go. So now we get our aggressive stalkers. Anytime we see those shadow creatures before, they just sort of squeak at you, leave you alone. Now they actually attack you. Anything better to write about than Silent Hill, though? I don't know. Game series that aren't dead and buried? I just like looking at all the writing here. Some of it you can make out. You know, help me. Kill. 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 Help. See the word death back there. Ass. I like how it just says ass. This is probably my favorite. Still don't understand this room. So I think it's supposed to be more symbolic than anything. This is how Alessa felt. You know, she had all these eyes, all these people watching her. And she felt alone, confined, isolated. She wanted help. An ass. Jelly beans. It's time to pull up another reference, because this is very obvious, but it's still worth archiving on my notes. Jelly belly. Jelly belly logo, save that. Bam. So there's your influence for the jelly bean bag of jelly beans here. Actually based on the Jelly Belly brand. Open it. We got the key of Bethor. But also, we've got a familiar room. It's room 302 from Alchemilla Hospital. The room where the VCR was. And we still have that night court tape. Last time it didn't work very well. The tracking was all messed up. So maybe this time the VCR will work. And we can watch Night Court.
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
So there we get Lisa's tape. I know, 1 hour. I can't keep going back to that Thessaly Lerner interview. She got paid her flat rate, went into Konami, 1 hour, busted out her lines. Beautiful. But yeah, super sad way that she, like Lisa, she wanted to get away from this. She didn't want it to keep being a thing, but Kaufman couldn't let her go. She knew too much. He never intended on letting her go. She was too involved. There's no way he would have been able to. She was desperately trying to get away from it. Kaufman wouldn't let her. Uh, 7:13 p.m. for me, Cheaterbot. Been going for 15 and a half hours. Only took one break the entire time. That was a pretty short break. That was only like 10 minutes or so. But we're right. We're done. Like, we're right here at the end of the game. Got that. So one final door to open. Well, technically two. You need to get into the Aerotron door, which is the key that was electrocuted. I just turned off the generator, so I'll be able to go back and get that. Here we've got Alessa's room. Some stuff to kind of look at here. It's interesting because, again, when this game got made, they had no idea how successful or not it would be. They didn't have sequels planned. They weren't already working on 2 and 3 and that kind of thing. So the fact that they, after the fact, you know, did the story and writing and everything for Silent Hill 3 and went back to all these little details and kind of fleshed them out and gave them more significance is really cool. Because when you look at all this stuff in Alessa's room, Harry can only talk about it on kind of a surface level. There's cards on the floor. Okay. You know, there's dolls on the floor. All right. That's pretty much like the extent of it. But then you get to Silent Hill 3 and Heather's in here and she's like, playing cards are on the floor. I used to love playing cards all the time when I was a kid. I used to play with Claudia and she would cry when she lost. I love that. I love that about Silent Hill 3. There's so much detail in everything that Heather like examines. There's so much that she goes into, so you really get a sense of how everything is significant to her. Old fairy tales, picture books of animals and plants on the shelf. So fairy tales and things that Alessa, books that Alessa had, where the Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland and all these sort of story-based things came to be as we've gone through the game. It's all these elements that are inside Alessa's mind. You can see she was drawing. Child's drawings are scattered on the floor. And if you look at the drawings, they look like creatures. They look like the monsters that you've been encountering. There's like a flying one on the left there, closest to the desk, resembling like the air screamers. You've got the skinless, dogs, the groaner, and the romper, the more human-like looking ones. So all these things that you've been encountering, they're all things that have been in Alessa's mind the entire time. It's things that she drew and thought about. A girl's clothing hangs on the wall. 6, maybe 7. Must be a kid about that age. Again, earlier we were talking about the float stinger, the giant moth. As a boss, people were asking kind of what that represented or what it meant. So, is a reflection of Alessa's butterfly and moth collection. And in Silent Hill 3, they actually slightly alter this. It's in better resolution, so it's got more detail. And you can see that one of the cases is broken and there's one moth missing. Kind of allude to the fact that it was like that was the float stinger. And then there's the final door, but I'll talk about that once we get our last item. I need to go get the key. Got some more stalkers. Shadow stalkers. There's our final key, the key of Eritron. The key to Alessa's sick room. And the best voice acting in this game, hands down. Half the soul's lost.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
will use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
So that's why Cheryl came back to the town. Dahlia lured her back using a magical spell. And Cheryl convinced Harry to bring her here. At this point, Cheryl has already merged with Alessa, right? Wrong. Cheryl, once you return, like at the very beginning of the game when you crash your car, Cheryl once again becomes an aspect of Alessa. Alessa's in control of Cheryl as half of her soul, but they have not been reunited. They haven't been remerged. She's been using Cheryl to project herself around the town. That's how we keep running into Alessa around the town. That's Cheryl. You know, that's the Cheryl aspect being manipulated by Alessa. She needed to do that in order to spread the seal of Metatron. It was her last-ditch effort to try to prevent the nightmare from spreading. When do they merge? Literally, we're going to see it in the cutscene in a couple of minutes. We're going to see the Cheryl aspect, currently in the form of Alessa's projection, sitting next to the real body of Alessa, sitting in a wheelchair, in just a couple of moments. And then we will see them merge. They will become the united Saint Alessa. And then we're going to throw some Kool-Aid at her, or I guess Kaufman does. And then we kill Baphomet. But yeah, we see the merger. About to happen. It's gonna happen. So let's talk about all these things. I need to make some notes on all these artifacts. So first of all, Amulet of Solomon. AKA the Seal of Solomon. Also known as the Star of David. The signet, symbol attributed to King Solomon. According to the legend, to the mythology, the ring variously gave Solomon the power to command demons. So it's relevant. Save that note. Oh, Harry. Good boy. All right. The amulet of Solomon. Got that note. Crest of Mercury. Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up. So this one is a combination of a couple of symbols. So it is the caduceus. Caduceus. God, I'm like losing the ability to talk. Almost done. The medical symbol. A lot of people are familiar with the staff with wings, with the two snakes coiled around. Oh, excuse me. I just made a mistake that's corrected in the wiki. It's not the medical symbol. The caduceus is often incorrectly used as a symbol of healthcare organizations and medical practice in the United States of America due to confusion with the traditional medical symbol, the rod of Asclepius. Which this is a combination of both of those two symbols. It's both the rod of Asclepius and the caduceus merged into one. So we have the crest of Mercury. Let me note that down. The Ankh. Ancient Egyptian symbol. Goodbye, cat. Ancient Egyptian symbol usually symbolizes life, or literally breath of life. Egyptians believed one's earthly journey was only part of an eternal life. The Ankh symbolizes both the mortal existence as well as a eternal afterlife outside of the mortal existence. So pretty relevant to Alessa, considering she reincarnates. She's not exactly a normal mortal. Dagger of Melchior. This is one of the ones that I think was a little bit more obscure. Melchior himself is a biblical figure. Appears in the Gospel of Matthew. One of the biblical magi, aka the three wise men. And the Disc of Ouroboros, which represents total global saturation. No, wait, it's something else. Boros. Go. The Ouroboros itself is an ancient symbol depicting a serpent or dragon eating its own tail. Another ancient Egyptian motif. Trying to find... So since there's so many other references to like Gnosticism and alchemy throughout the rest of the game, all these other references, it also holds some significance in alchemical history. Black and white halves represent the duality of existence, similar to like yin and yang. In Gnosticism, a serpent biting its tail symbolized eternity and the soul of the world. So again, things that can all somewhat apply to Alessa's situation. She's somebody who's literally able to reincarnate, be reborn. We have all these symbols sort of representing these various aspects relevant to Alessa, to the god, to her rebirth and reincarnation. Oh yeah, and there's writing on the door itself, which I guess after I put one of these in, I can't actually read. There we go. Thou possess them to guard thy spirit, evoke 5 rites, unveil thy fate. Gotta go grab this other one real quick.
Everything.
All right, so there we go. A little bit of history on our 5 symbols. Our final door.
Come along. No. No. I don't want to. Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No. I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
So a lot of interesting dialogue there. Very difficult to break down. It can kind of make sense somewhat in the context when you only are looking at Silent Hill 1, which is really how you should view it. Again, the sequels were not even a thought when they made the first game. They didn't think so far ahead that, you know, things kind of get changed and retconned with the cult and their beliefs and all that kind of stuff later. But from the context of this, it's kind of a situation of like Dahlia realizing she can just immediately perform the ritual. She can just use her daughter and try to impregnate her with the god. Do it right there in her own basement. And of course, that's what leads to Alessa's heightened stress levels, triggering her latent psychic abilities in a physical form, as was stated in the Chapter 3 Manifestations of Delusions book that we find in Midwich, causing the boiler to explode, starting a fire, which was stated in the boiler fire memo, severely burning Alessa while giving her at least one last opportunity to hold off her mother and prevent the ritual from happening. And she's managed to stave it off. For 7 whole years, she suffered a nightmare in order to prevent this ritual from ever being completed. But thanks to Dahlia's interference, her magical spell lured back the other half of Alessa's soul in the form of Cheryl. And we are now going to see their souls reunite and the ritual complete. It's not stated, Liquid Plague.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used.
It's mostly just a reference to things like Carrie, Stephen King, but it's not explicitly stated in the story. The origin of her powers. She's probably just born that way.
All because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
So this is Cheryl. You're seeing what remains of Cheryl. So, Cornholio, Cheryl, like, she's completely under Alessa's control. She is an aspect of Alessa. She's a fragment of Alessa's soul. So as soon as she returned to the town, Alessa took control of Cheryl. She's been using Cheryl in her own form, projecting herself through that aspect of her soul in order to lead Harry around, to place the seal of Metatron. But only at this point is she actually reunited with the real Alessa, which is the burned, wrapped up, wheelchair-bound figure that we see.
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh.
Hypo.
Everyone
The time
will
is
be
nay.
released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise. My daughter will be the mother of God.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
Aglaophotis! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, kept busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Huh? What the?
Satan. All right. So, one last reference to pull. Baphomet. Always thought the screeching was the radio going berserk. It's just the music track. It's Akira Yamaoka playing his favorite musical instrument, the dentist drill. That's literally what he used to make that sound. It's a pitch shifted, crazy effects applied to it dentist drill sound. But yeah, if you're ever curious if that sound is coming from the radio, you can turn the radio off. Sound keeps going. Fine. Really good picture. my boy Baphomet. There we go. Our last reference image, design for the cult's god, or at least the one that Dahlia would have had in her mind, or the one that Alessa would have believed in because of what Dahlia imparted on her. Since the form of it and all of that is still going to have to come from somebody's head, the town's manifesting it from somebody. But that is our direct reference there. The imagery and the design behind this creature, which is officially known as the Incubus. No, the god in Silent Hill 3 is totally different. The creature's a figment of her imagination. It's not just imagination. The entire gimmick of what Silent Hill is, it's a spiritual power that takes what's in your mind and makes it real. So if you're scared of Callista Flockhart with razor sharp teeth, the town will take that and make it real, manifest it. So it will be there to torment you. This god is what they believed their god would look like if it were to be real. So the town takes it and makes it real. It's not just figments of your imagination. It's every aspect of your psyche, your fears, the stories that you're familiar with, your personal traumas, the things you believe in, the things you have faith in. What's given the town the power to do all of this? A mysterious spiritual power that surrounds the area that's been here long, long, long before the town. It's not the town itself, it's just a spiritual power that inhabits the area. We're never given any more detail than that. So there's a lot of debate on that, Wizzy, among fans, because it's not really confirmed one way or the other. Personally, I do not think the gods are real. Like, I think the gods are there because that's what the cult believes in. So the spiritual power makes them real. I don't think the gods themselves are real and the source of the power. All right. Yeah, 16 hours. But that's Silent Hill 1.
Daddy.
One of the most comprehensive playthroughs of Silent Hill 1 that I've ever done on stream. Enjoy the ending. I'll be back after the credits and stuff. But that's definitely going to be it for me. Thanks you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, enjoying this really kind of different approach to the story playthroughs. And yeah, enjoy the ending. I'll talk some more after this. All right. That is Silent Hill. Tried to cover as much as I possibly could. Even then, there was still a few things that I could have probably expanded on or covered a little bit better, but considering I did this all at once over the course of 16 hours, I think that was pretty good, pretty comprehensive. But thank you all so very, very much for joining me for this. I wasn't sure how this would turn out. I've done story playthroughs and stuff in the past, but nothing quite to this degree where I'm actively pulling up sources of research and references, reading interviews and things like that during the stream, kind of having all of my citations and sources for information as I talk about them and as I play. But this has been good, getting all those notes and things back together. So I really, really, really appreciate all the support, everybody who came by and enjoyed the stream, all the new follows, everybody who found the channel, all the hosts, bits, subs, crazy amount of support, subscriptions, and gift subs. Seriously, I cannot thank you guys enough for all the support. And again, if you guys enjoyed this stream, I will definitely be doing more in-depth streams like this, covering every other game in the Silent Hill series the exact same way, pulling up all the references and things in real time. I don't know when the next time I'm gonna do it is. Probably next month. I'll get to Silent Hill 2. Probably do like one of these a month. But if you're itching for more in-depth Silent Hill information, I've also been streaming these games pretty much exclusively almost for the last almost 5 years. So if you want to check out my video section here on Twitch, I've got very comprehensive, in-depth playthroughs of every game in the series. I've also got a lot of those videos and story playthroughs archived on YouTube. I'm just Nub Zombie on YouTube, pretty easy to find. So if you're curious about more information with any of the games in the series, I've got videos on it. But again, thank you all so very much for being a part of this with me, coming by and just enjoying it. But yeah, let me find somebody to raid real quick, and then I'm going to go die. All right, so let's keep the Silent Hill going. Andy, my friend Andy Rion, very talented Silent Hill speedrunner, is currently doing some Silent Hill 4 speedrunning practice. He's a great guy. Again, one of the best Silent Hill speedrunners in the world. So go drop by, show Andy some love, let him know that Nub sent you. But definitely go follow him, go check him out while he's grinding out Silent Hill 4. It's a brutal speed run, but he's been working on it, so definitely give him some support. And I will see you guys next time. Take it easy, everyone. Thank you again. Peace.